Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. Today is Coding Improv, where we will be building an app completely inspired by your suggestions. Now, I'll talk about how it will work when we get there. We gotta, take a second, wait for everybody to get in here. But if you haven't seen the show before, essentially, we just build something fairly random, inspired by what chat suggests. This is going to be episode 12. We've done 12 of these so far. But yeah, like this says, we're going to be opening up suggestions through channel points. So if you have 1,337 channel points, you'll have a chance to make a suggestion when the time comes, in roughly 10 minutes or so. What? Thank you for the 5 gifted. We've had a ton of support so far. I really appreciate it. TD Racing with that 5-month resub. Mark Boots with the 5 months. Mark Boots with 2 gifted. Thank you, Mark Boots. Code and Cake with the 4-month resub. The She-Boss with the 5 gifted. Hopefully you're doing okay, the She-Boss. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Rogue Soul with the 16 months. Been here a long time, Rogue Soul. Long time. And Wet Seal with those 5 gifted. Very much appreciated. What's up, everybody? I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. If you're new to the stream, let's go ahead and get this stuff out the way. Drop with me. Do ! Drop me. Your avatar should fall from the sky. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. There's mine. And if it lands in the garden, ooh, teeny tiny seed. So if it lands in the garden, you'll get your name on the screen. As you can see, that was a teeny tiny drop. The closer you are to the center, the bigger your name will be. John says, I forgot how long you've been here. You can do ! Followage, I think, in or following. And Alcobot should tell you. Maybe not. She-Boss says, I've been rewatching the Entropy Chat series and left a comment about class. That's when CJ had 7,000 followers here. Now he has 39K, and I'm a full-time developer. How the times change. Yeah, it's crazy. Time flies. But I'm glad you're doing well, and you're a full-time Java developer, all that good stuff. And thank you. We got a few more resubs. Thanks to Tim with the 7 months, Sledge Dog with the 15, and Rafa Coast 3D with the 2 months. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, is the following command working now? Yeah, there we go. Eddie has been following for 1 year and 36 days. Wow. Some of you have been here for a long time. Yeah, true, Sir Shadow. Time flies and there's still no home inventory app. We're going to get to it eventually. Here's one thing I'll promise you. We will finish the home inventory app, or at least make some decent progress on it within 12 months from now. Within 12 months, which is obviously a long time, but we're going to get to it at some point. The same thing with Entropy Chat. There's quite a few things that we haven't worked on in a while. And Kralian with the 5 gifted. Thank you very much. Wow, all kinds of gifts today. It's been a while since people gave this much. I guess you're in a giving mood. Thank you. I appreciate it. Hey, no worries, King Coding. We're here. We haven't started improv coding just yet. Oh, wow. The She-Boss, almost 2 years of following. That's great. Visky is asking about Quasar. I haven't really used Quasar much, and I actually don't know what Castle is. I think I've heard of it, but oh, you're right. It's yeah. Twitch has a sale. Wait, there's a sale on subs. Now's the time to gift. That's the time to gift. or sub with Twitch Prime. I don't know. What are we doing? I'm going to tell you how my chat overlay works. So you can see that, Alka isn't here right now, I don't think, but Alcabot is here. But you can see that Alcabot has their pronouns, or his pronouns set. He's got his country flag set, and he has a team logo, which is, let's see what it is, Gripfire. And you too can customize your chat messages. You can also set a status, all this good stuff. I've heard of OCaml. I've never used it. Is it a functional programming language? But if you want to set your pronouns, you have these options here. You can choose from this list: she, he, they, they, co, none, they, hi, it, one, em, or yo. And pick one from that list, and then in the chat you can do pronoun, singular, followed by your preferred pronoun. Like Plexical is preferred pronoun is he, him, his. So if you do that, then all of your messages will show up. Yeah, so like Mark Boots has theirs. And they have the Netherlands flag in the JavaScript logo. So if you want to set your country flag, you can do !country followed by your 2-character ISO country code. For me, it's the US. And then if I do that, I've got the US flag. The other thing is you can set a team badge. So if you go here to the Font Awesome brand cheat sheet, you can pick anything from this page. Plexical. I'm considering it. So we might do some Clash of Code like after Coding Improv. If I'm still feeling all right and I still want to stream. So like let's say 2 hours from now, maybe we'll do some Clash of Code. But it's not a promise. It's a maybe. Okay, these are not showing up for me. I feel like Privacy Badger might be blocking the images. What's happening? Yeah, that okay. So pick a team from this page. Let's see who I'm gonna be today. I'll be Figma. Let's be Figma. So I'm gonna choose Figma, and then in the chat we can do !team followed by that. Yeah, and you can see the Sheboss has their set. They have the Java logo and the US flag. Yeah. Yep. Lastly, you can set your status. You can see the Sheboss's status is just trying to learn something. Your team is not set, Plexical. SQL Gordster's status is set to some sort of ASCII art text that I can't really read. America 2050s is set to, let's see, we'll wait for it to come back around. Prueb el auténtico mate argentino. Are you drinking authentic yerba mate? Is that what that says? I don't know what Prueb means. Or like, I am drinking? Prueb? I don't know. Oh, try. Prueb is try. You should try. You should try authentic Argentinian mate. That's what it is. So if you want to set your status, you can do !set status followed by whatever you'd like. It'll show up on all your messages. It should be safe for work. It should be appropriate. If it's not, the mods will time you out and possibly ban you. Yes, mate is a drink. It's a type of tea. But I'm going to set my status to... What am I going to set it to? It's probably someone's birthday today. That's my status. This statement is mostly almost true every single day. But you can see that it'll show up on all your messages. But it actually is somebody's birthday. June Stingo is saying, can you say happy birthday for your sister? I can, and I will. What is your sister's name, June Stingo? And let's thank some of the supports that have come in. Wait, did I miss that? I don't know if I missed that, but Krillian, thank you again for the 5. Farheen, happy birthday, Farheen. Lord with the sub, thank you, Lord, much appreciated. Elite Geek with the 7 months. Luminim with the Prime, and Acid Spark with the gifted. Well, thank you, Acid Spark. That's very kind. I seem happy today. I've had a lot of energy drink. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. I mean, I'm happy most days. Some days I'm more chill than other days, but I'm still happy. I don't know, but let's sing happy birthday. I'll be right back. Right back. Oh, not that. That. Krillian says they're confused. The mate drink and mate friend. Oh, mate. Yeah, mate. Yeah. Mate is how they say friend, like in England and other places. And I guess like Australia too. Good day, mate. But mate is the drink. Am I still feeling burned out over programming, or I'm over it? Yeah, I think it's probably not as bad as I was on stream last time, because I've gotten some rest and things have happened in my life. But I think overall, if you talk to anyone that's been doing anything for more than 10 years, they're going to be able to recognize a lot of the shortcomings of the field. And so I think that's where I'm at. So, yeah. It's incredible. It's in tune. It's in tune. All right, we're gonna sing Happy Birthday, and then we're gonna get into some coding. Here we go. I think their name was Farheen, right? Farheen? Am I saying that right? All right, let's go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Farheen. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to everybody's birthday soon in September. Happy birthday to you. Cool. Yeah, some people, people are bringing it up. The thing is, like, the topic alone, hey, and thank you, everyone. Thanks for all the emotes. You're using them well. I appreciate it. But yeah, on the topic of, like, being burnt out or, like, seeing the shortcomings of the field, it is incredibly easy to write bad code. Like that's I think that's the long and short of it. It's incredibly easy to write bad code. To write good code, like with best practices, requires effort. It requires time, and not everyone has that time. Like in the real world, the software that you're building is being funded by a business, and that business is usually on some sort of time constraint and budget constraint, so they can't necessarily pay for really good software. They can't pay for the amount of time it takes to write good code that is well tested, that scales well, that kind of thing. So you end up with a lot of software that is just subpar. And then the cycle just repeats because that subpar software needs to be maintained, and that's it. I mean, you could probably say the same about a lot of other fields. But one thing I was thinking about is, like, a lot of people like to compare like real world architecture and building to software development, like building a house or building a building. And there are some parallels, but I think one of the major differences is that when you physically build a house or a building, there are rules and laws and codes that you have to follow to do it, because if you don't, people could die. Buildings could burn down. Like, there are real world ramifications of not building a building correctly. Whereas with software, I mean, yes, you could have software that's powering a hospital or other things where people's lives are on the line, but there aren't rules and laws and regulations about how that should be built and to what code it should be built to keep it nice. Anybody can do it, which is great. So I don't know. That's I'm gonna stop talking about it, but that's my that's the main software that powers airplanes. But even then, the software, the rules and the constraints and the laws around it are enforced by the company themselves, because planes falling out of the sky is bad for business. So but regardless, let's not worry about all that, and let's just have some fun. So that's also why I like this thing, Coding Improv, which we're about to do, because whatever we're building, I don't really care about being able to update or change this code a week or 2 months from now, and I don't really care about writing code that other people can collaborate on. We can just spend a couple of hours building something for fun that is hopefully entertaining for those of you that aren't as technical and maybe don't know how to code. And also, you might learn something, because as we decide to build this thing, we might come across new libraries. Or sometimes I do take the time to write decent code, and we can talk about certain patterns and stuff like that. But for the most part, Coding Improv is the complete opposite and juxtaposition of the kind of coding that you do in the real world, because it's just for fun, and we like to have fun here. So yeah, and there's lots of great comments in the chat. I can't get to all of them, but I will read Doc's, because we always read Doc's comment. My favorite is Conway's Law. Any sufficiently complex software ends up shaped like the organization that designed it. Yes. Curlian says, one of the most frustrating things I have to work with is if I do my job right, nobody can see I've done anything. If I make a mistake, everybody knows. Exactly. Yeah, it's programming in general can be a pretty thankless job. There's a lot of memes and comics around it. Like typically the team that gets the most praise is probably like the front end team, because that's what the business is actually seeing. They're not seeing all the back end code. But regardless, I think there are good companies out there and good teams of people that will recognize that kind of work, but it's definitely the minority. So, oh yeah, let's talk about that really quick. There is now a category on Twitch for software development and game development. Let's look at it really quick. I'm not in it, and I'll talk about why. Okay, so Lana Lux is over there right now. But look at that. If you search for software development, you still find me. Let's go here. This is great. People have been wanting this. Before this, there was just the science and technology category, which most programmers are streaming in. But now there's this, which is more specific, and now programming content is not mixed in with other science-related content like rocket launches and animals and stuff like that. Yeah. So I was placed as your second recommended. Well, that's nice. So this is really cool that there's a separate category, but the one issue that I have with it is discoverability, right? So because this is a brand new category, not a lot of people know about it. And so if people are specifically going to certain categories looking for content to watch, they may not find me if I'm in this category. And the same thing goes for like science and tech. Like, while it's been around for a while and it does have quite a few followers, it's just not as discoverable as other categories, which is why I'm in just chatting. Because we are just chatting, right? We're talking. Yeah. But I'm gonna stay in just chatting. I don't really see a benefit to being in this category. So take that with what you will. Yeah, let me read some of the chat messages because you all are great. G Doctor says, you can write the most perfect code, and then the universe sends a cosmic ray to the perfect place to flip a single bit from a 1 to a 0, and boom, none of the code matters anymore. Yeah. Happy, shiny front end people. Yeah, and KG Buchanan says, I work in security, similar here. I mean, honestly, my experience in the software development world for like over 10 years now has made me want to get more into cybersecurity, just because I've come across so many bad apps. And as a cybersecurity professional, I could break them for money. So yeah, that's a thing. 4 weeks on the backend feature, cool. 1 hour on a cool spinny loader. Ooh, shiny. Yeah. Cool. What role permission library do you use with Vue, or how would you recommend a role permission for Vue with Node backend? Like, typically, the permissions library is happening on the backend with your routes. I haven't really used anything specific for Vue. You just use like routing hooks and handlers, where if you try to route to a specific page, you can look at the current user and see if they have the right role in their token. But all of the data itself should be protected on the backend with roles and stuff like that. You can look into, there's like a JWT roles library and permissions library on NPM. Yeah. Yeah, it's good to hear, Amit. At my former company, a FANG company, people mostly praise backend developers. Because as like larger software development companies understand, they understand that a lot goes into the backend. So yeah. That would be fun, Lastry. I don't have any plans for it today, but we can dive into objects at some point here in the near future. Yeah, that makes sense, Cornez. Like, if you do know about science and tech and you do know about the software development category, you can find a bunch of stuff. But the thing is you have to know about it. You're not necessarily going to be suggested that kind of content by Twitch. Yeah. It's 100 times better to be first in the list of a lesser known category than 50 and just chatting. I don't know. Yeah, like it depends. I can see where you're coming from. Like, yeah, so like if I mean, pretty often when I'm streaming in science and tech, I'm maybe like in the top 5, maybe, which is good because it's very discoverable if you do know about the category. But I don't know. Coding is just chatting with your text editor. Yeah. What's the best way in time to ask a question to a particular problem? You can probably ask in the Discord. I will be honest, I have not been paying as much attention to the Discord lately, but a lot of other people do, and they'll try to answer your questions in there. And then the other thing you could do is tune in on one of the streams where I am specifically answering questions. Yeah. It's true, Mayor. It's one thing to think about, but I have been... So, Kit Boga has rated me several times, and he found me because I was in the just chatting category. I don't believe he even knew about like the science and tech category. So I don't know. I'm fine here. Here we are. Krillian says bad apps, bad setups, bad users, bad sellers. Everything is bad when you got your security hat on. Yeah, true. Good evening, everyone. Cool. How to become a cybersecurity engineer? I don't even know. I mean, there are like cybersecurity boot camps you can go to. There's a lot of cybersecurity streamers here on Twitch you can watch, and they do question and answer streams and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know like the best way to get into it. Is there any better solution for auth between client and server rather than JOTS? If you're not using JOTS, you're probably using like sessions and cookies. So yeah. Cool. Just sciencing. I would stream to just sciencing. Cool. We got some supports. Ched with the 16 months. Thank you, Ched. And the Time with the 11-month resub, and Booty Clapper with the 2-month prime resub. Thank you very much, my friend. It's true. Yeah. GitHub Copilot is a hot topic. Maybe we'll do that next week. I don't know. Yeah, Pablo, I've made it a point to reply to you after the stream because I just saw your message. We'll see what we can do. I honestly don't know if there's anything I can do because it's all handled by, who is it? Not Spreadshirt. Teespring? It's all handled by Teespring. But I'll do my best. I'll reach out to them, see what they can do. I think if anything, they'll likely just give you a refund or maybe try to send you another one. Because they do have tracking, so they can detect whether or not it was actually delivered or if it was like lost mail. But yeah. All right. We're going to do a speed run hello. I'm going to take 1 minute and 30 seconds out of our precious time here to say hello to everybody. If you don't like this part of the stream, you can just tab over to YouTube for 1 minute and 30 seconds. But in 1 minute and 30 seconds, we're going to get started on coding improv. So here we go. Yeah, in the chat, you can say hi, hello, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, boga hey, any of those things, and I will acknowledge you. Speed run here. Oh, no, not yet. I mean, we're losing time. But Sir Tavos, first person in the chat today. Hello, how's it going? What's up? Rainy by Sun, coding is weird. Okay, not now. Hi, Reeve. Hello, Stony and P10 Designs and Mordiak and Eilers and Plan and Magic and Larry's and his Futura and Tech Turner. Hello, Richard and Mark Boots and John. What's up? Prasanth and Pablo and Danielle and Cookify. Hello, Bayon and Art Pajan Bogahay. What's up, Sir Tim and Luminem and Kralian. Hello, Dynamic Voyage. What's up, Cesar and Putney Bat and Wet Seal and Coding Brian. Hello, Sir Shadow and Abdel. Hello, Naresh and The Dark Knight. Hello, what's up, Matt Fion and Drop Mania. Hello, Amit and Rafa Cost. And hello, DeClink Klekna. Hi. What's up, DS Legends and Marius and Infinitum and Spineless Linus and Checker. Hello, Thite and Jutstingo and King Rapula and Masaldo and Hyper Dream Squad. What's up, Norchess? I was wondering, do I have spare time for work when I stream these Fridays, or how does that work? I am off of work every other Friday. So today is an every other Friday, and I'm actually off work today. And what's up, BK and Jasiek and Just Camel and Rake and the Time. Hello, Lastry. What's up, Zolo and Calareza? We're out of time. We're almost done, though. What's up, Henrik and CFM and Dark Coder and Dev and Fahad and Swart and American and Tim Sucks and Ice Boy What's up, Descartes and Anthony and Max and Traktark and Blue Spider and Geralt and Gold and Jacques and Twin and Farley and Keeg and X Palma and Shaq and Alex and Sequel Gordster and Booty Clapper and Tissian and Anroy and Shadow Craze and Patrick and Hav and Lost Seashell and Sunstar and Mark and Rajesh and Adrian and Aman and Kronos and Coco and King Coding and Keneb and Jason Desroulet and Musha Arif and Rose and Timamik and Mike and Plexical. What's up, Afa and Milos and Labarbu? Welcome, everyone. What's up, Lutan? Welcome to the Coding Garden. We're about to start writing some code. That was a minute and a half, yeah. But also, we have a lot of newbies here today, some first-timers. So can we get some hearts in the chat for all the first-timers to the Coding Garden? I appreciate you for being here. Hopefully you like what you see and you'll come back and you'll stick around today. But we'll see. All right, let's go. So let's talk about coding improv. What was I going to say? I don't know what I was going to say, but I'm going to talk about how coding improv is going to work. So like I mentioned, actually, I'm going to start over because we'll cut this for a YouTube video. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. Welcome to Coding Improv, the show where the code is made up and the points do not matter. Essentially, we're going to be building an app that's completely inspired by chat suggestions. The way that you can suggest something is right here, right now. We're going to get all the suggestions up front, and then we're going to use those suggestions throughout the next hour or so to build the thing that we're going to build. Whenever you suggest something, I ask that you do not suggest a technology. Just suggest something else, like a hat, or a banana, or a guitar, or a pillow, or a light bulb, or anything else. Don't suggest React, Vue, Mango, or anything like that. The way you can suggest is using your channel points. So if you click right here, you can see how many seedlings you have, and the improv suggestion costs 1,337 seedlings. Which points don't matter? I don't know. These points don't matter. I'm quoting whose line is it anyways? I don't know. But you can click here. It's not enabled right now, but in 10 seconds, I'm going to enable this, and you will be able to suggest one word. I think we're going to get like the first 8 suggestions, and then we're going to use those to build the app. All right, who's ready? Smile in the chat if you're ready, and then we'll enable it. Smile, 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 smile. Okay, here we go. That's it. That's all. It goes by that fast. Thank you for the suggestions. The entries are now closed. We've got Amit, who has suggested hair. One Line of Me has suggested bikini. The Time has suggested hostel. And by this, I believe they mean like a hotel where a lot of people stay, usually that are traveling, not someone who is hostile. I don't know. Shorsey Webb has suggested world, Acid Spark with a guitar, Mark Boots with extraterrestrial, Red Fox with space, and Tim Sucks with confetti. These are some really good suggestions. I appreciate it. Let's see. Here they are. We're going to take 5 minutes to just figure out in general, what are we going to be building based on these suggestions? And then we'll get to coding. So let's set a timer. Oh, you're traveling in October and looking for hostels. Nice, 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 nice. Yeah, so we'll do 4.5 minutes to just come up with some idea based on all of these suggestions. And feel free to suggest general app ideas in the chat. Here we go. Oh yeah, I forgot. These two came in before I actually paused the suggestion, so I'll allow it. John suggested yes, and Sir Tim suggested explore. So we have some related terms like world, space, hostel, explore, extraterrestrial. All of these are kind of like around like exploring the world or exploring the universe. So that's pretty cool. So we could build something like maybe with a map. I mean, the one thing that came to mind with hostels is we could just build a map that lists all the hostels that are near you. The only issue with that is we would need to find some data source that has hostels. Okay, so that's a thing. The term explore is kind of like, yeah, we're searching around for something. And then, let's see. Yeah, I mean, something related to travel. It could be like space travel if we want to be weird about it. A 3D Earth that displays pins on coordinates. That could be fun. A hair salon schedule app for a hostel with a space theme. Once you have a date picked, you get confetti. I like it. I'll keep it in mind. A hairy bikini playing guitar and throwing confetti in space. Yeah, we have to figure out something with like guitar and bikini. Like what we could do is I have a guitar. We could record some sound effects on my guitar. Yeah. So I could record my guitar and then we'll put it on the website somewhere. I think that should be easy enough. I mean, with the word bikini, we also could have a map that lists beaches and hostels. What are we going to do with hair? There could be some sort of character on the page that's like wearing a wig of some kind. Fly a UFO over a map, dropping confetti and guitar riffs. I'm not opposed to it. Need to find the aliens in the hostel. So, I mean, we could come up with some sort of like game, right? Sort of like you're in a hostel. There's like bunk beds everywhere, and you got to find the extraterrestrial in the hostel. It could be like a side scroller game. I don't know if I want to make a game though. We've made a few games here. Okay. Aliens with bikinis. Actually, I kind of like this, Hyrie. Yeah, so just a general character creator. Like, if we could find the assets for it, we could make a page where you could choose all the. Actually, I kind of like this idea. So basically, you're creating like your own custom alien, and that alien you can choose the hair, you can choose like the background, that kind of thing. It could be wearing a bikini. Yeah, I like character creator. The only issue is that we would need to find some assets, right? Like, how are we going to overlay these different kinds of character features onto an alien? But I think we could probably find something. Or if there are any artists in the chat, I could pay you for your time if you could whip up really quick, like 5 hats, 5 wigs, 5 different alien skins, 5 shirts, that kind of thing. I like it. That's what we're gonna do. That's the thing. All right, we did it within the time limit. I'm a paint pro. So we're gonna make an alien character creator. So you can choose a base skin color. Yeah, e-commerce for aliens. You can then choose a hat. You can then choose, actually, before you choose a hat, you can choose a hairstyle. You choose a hat, choose a space background. Yeah, and what I'm thinking is whatever avatar you create, we will give you a unique URL that you can share to show that avatar. Yeah, so it's aliens as a service. Aliens as was that what it as that's what we're building. Create a custom alien with a unique URL you can share with anyone. So you get a base skin color, a hairstyle, a hat, a space background, and then like just various accessories. So like you could be wearing a guitar. And yeah, I mean, I think we could name it like Alien Hostel, where it's like all of these different characters that are created now exist within the hostel that is aliens. We host your aliens so you don't have to. Cool. I like it. This is what we're gonna build. Now, first we got to do some research because I have to find. I'm gonna go look on. Oh, I have to name it Hostile Aliens. Yeah, so I need to find some game assets, like, because I have seen character creators before. Yeah, the only thing is we would have to draw all of these ourselves, and they probably wouldn't be that good. So I kind of want to find some assets, like on itch.io. So that's what we're gonna do. All right, this is the app we're building. I'll go ahead and put this on the working on so that anybody that comes along will know what we're doing. What would be nice is, like, if we could find an alien in like SVG format, that would allow us to set the color of their skin like programmatically. That would be great as a base, and then we just need to find things that we can put on top of them, like hats and stuff like that. What we are building. Okay. Cool. So if you do the working on command, anybody that comes in and they're like, hey, what are you building? Do exclamation mark working on, and it'll take them to that page so they can see what we're going to build. First of all, yeah, so we do have to decide what we're going to build it with. I think I will do it with Svelte because we haven't built anything with Svelte in a long time. So that's likely what we'll do. But we need to find some assets. We need a base. So let's just search for alien. I do like pixel aliens, so let's search for pixel aliens. The kind of alien that I'm thinking of, though, is like a yeah, this is good, Doc. I like this idea. Basically, we should render it to a canvas so you can actually download it as a PNG. Yeah. Things. Yeah. Let's see what we got here. So that's like a 3D rotating alien. This is pretty cool because they're animated. Feel free to use the sprite in commercial and non-commercial projects. It costs £1 Great British Pound. Is that what it is? GBP. What else? Here's the thing. If we can find a good character creator asset pack, we could design our own alien. I'm comfortable drawing an alien in Pixel. And with the idea that we could commission a better one and then just swap it out later from somebody that knows what they're doing. But let's see if we can find some like character creator assets. Let's do Pixel. Pixel character creator version 1. What if we just do Pixel character hats? So someone has created like a Unity pixel character creator. Let's see what we can do. Make. And choose hair. I mean, this is kind of what we want to build. It's just going to be an alien. If you all find some things, let me know. Let me know. I really just want pixel art hats. We need like 5 hats. alien character collection is that? Well, they've already done it for us. Let's see. I think I want every alien to have the same base. So we could use like this alien. I'll keep that tab open. Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea, Jason. We just find a human and color them green. Let's see what we got. Yeah, so like this sheet right here, we could pick out all of the hats, and those are the different hats that you could wear. Only thing is, this is on Shutterstock, so it usually costs money. Oh, download for free. That's okay. This is what we're going to do. We're going to keep searching this website for other things, and then we'll find an alien base. So those are our hats. We also need pixel hairstyles. Let's look at this one. Cartoon alien with a spacesuit. That's cool. That's cool. Pictures of wigs. Yeah, okay. Pixel wig. Okay. So there's that. This isn't really pixelated, though. This is just, like, vector art. These are cool little accessories. They're also not, like, pixel art, though. Let's also look at... let's look at this artist. See what else they've made. So they have hats. Yeah. It's exactly what my 2 plank is. Let's see what else they've made. Platformer set. Oh, they've got, look at this. They've got like Minecraft style faces. Huh. Why pixels? I just like pixel art. That's all. And I feel like it'd be easier to find everything in the same style of pixel art rather than mixing and matching different styles of art. I mean, we can include some fruit. You can have some fruit next to your character. Let's see what else. There's a nice little alien we could use as the base. We might do some things to convert it so we can change the skin color. I am not a democratic person. Well, this is my stream, G-Star, and there are a lot of you here. So if we made this a democracy, we would get nothing done. So I have to take charge. I have to take charge and entertain with what I know how. These are cool too. Yeah, bike shedding for days, exactly. Well, here's a bunch of people. Maybe we could extract their hair. Oh, you could choose what planet you're from. Yes, all right, this artist has a ton of great stuff. All right, so we've got fruits. What is this? These are just little accessories. Yeah, hopefully we can download these as individual images. I'm thinking we might use this alien as our base, but I would need to be able to like convert it to a vector so that way I can change the skin color. These are like little viruses and bacteria. Don't want that one. The planets are great. Okay. I think we're on our way. These aliens are good and they're SVG. Let's see what you got, Mark. Yeah, I missed one. Yeah, let's see what this one. I missed that one. And then I just clicked that one. Here's the thing. I like this one. This is the kind of alien that I like, but I do want it to be pixel. And the thing is, you could Or you could have him smiling. What's nice is we can make this whatever color we want. Let's see what you got here too. So those are cool. Let's see what else. The thing is, they're all, like, none of these are colorized. Pixel art converter. Let's see what we could do with that. Convert your photo into pixel art. So, like, if we let's see, let's download this as PNG. Yeah, give me a second. Oh, not that. That. Oh, nice, chat. Yeah, Alien Workshop is a skateboard company. But we could try to find that alien, yeah. Episode 12. I'll show you what I did. I uploaded that alien to this pixel converter, and it just gave me back the same alien. And that's because it's probably already like really low resolution. Yeah, Alien Workshop, the memories, the injuries. Let's look them up really quick. Because we could use their alien as a base. That's a cool alien. I like that alien. Or that one. And Melinda, thank you for the 9-month resub. Have we had any other supports? Yeah, Doc with the 17 months. Thank you, Doc. Been here a long time. Tracktark with the sub. Thank you. And Melinda with the 9 months. Okay. You're right, Abdel. If we do want to show a bikini, then it needs to be a full-bodied alien. It can't just be the head. Are you calling me an alien, Geralt? Because a lot of people have. Oh, wait. Here's one. Let's see what this is about. No, I don't like it. So these are cool. We need a full-bodied alien. Isolated. Let's see what this one is. Yeah, this one's cool. The only thing is he's carrying a gun. We could probably just remove that and give him a hand. It's all right. Like, I don't really like his head shape. Let's see this one. This is it. This is the one. All right. Where did it come from, though? Is it free to use? Creator ID. Yeah, this is cute. It's definitely cute. What is this website? Pixelartmaker.com? Yeah. Can we search? Alien. Yeah, this is the one. The only thing is we need to convert it into a vector so that way we can change the body color. But yeah, this is a good find. Thank you. Who sent that? Noxy Boy. Thank you, Noxy Boy. Much appreciated. Okay. All right. I'm gonna download this image, and we'll go from there. Yeah, you're right, Snuggloo. If we change the hue, but I want to be able to give an actual color picker. But if we can't use a color picker, then we could just have a slider. And Murdoch with the 500 bits. Thank you, friend. All right, this is gonna be our alien. And another 500 bits for Murdoch. Thank you. Cool. So we have our alien. Okay. I think, okay, so, just so we can actually start writing some code, let's get this alien on the page, and then we'll see what messing with the hue does, and we'll go from there. But we are going to use Svelte. That's the plan. So Svelte is cybernetically enhanced web apps. It's a way of building front-end web apps and also server-side rendered apps. But we're going to follow this right here. It says we use dgit to create a project, and that's exactly what we're going to do. So here we go. I mean, I wanted to call it Alien Workshop, but I feel like that's trademarked or copyrighted. So we'll just call this Aliens as a Service. Use TypeScript? No. TypeScript is nice, and I do believe Svelte has good support for TypeScript. Svelte has good support for TypeScript, but what do I want to say? It just requires a lot of work. It's too much work for this app that we're trying to build. Oh, why is your chat red? Oh, because that's the first message you've ever sent. Welcome, Rex. Welcome to the Coding Garden. Glad to have you here. Also, Cut Mini. Oh, look at you. How'd you do that? Wait. How did you do that? Is that somebody's emote on Twitch? Because it looks exactly like the alien that I downloaded. Yeah. Little Hume, not human. That's their emote. I swear that looks exactly the same, doesn't it? It's the same one. They just changed the color. Great. That's great. Okay. So this is the Svelte project that we get. It has our entry point, and it creates one component called app, which is fine for now. And it's passing in the prop hello world. Our app isn't going to need any props, so I'm going to remove that. And then we can look at our actual app component. So if we look at app.svelte, we can see what Svelte looks like. It's actually really nice. If you've never seen it, you're going to love it. All of our script goes up at the top. If we're bringing in props, we just use the export keyword. In this case, we don't have any props. And then your template just goes right below it. We don't really want that. And then your styles go down here, and these are automatically scoped styles. These styles only apply to this specific component. Yeah, so it's kind of like a more streamlined view in a way. Now, what are we going to do? We're going to add the image in here. So I'm just going to throw an image tag. Set the source equal to the image itself. I think I'm going to create an assets folder. And add the image in there and then import it, because I believe so. This thing comes set up with Rollup. It's not using Webpack, but if we don't have it, we're going to need to add an image loader to Rollup, so that way we can import images. Let's see what happens if we try to do it. So actually, I should just be able to do like assets/alien.png, and then move that image into this folder. Cool. So now in my assets folder, we've got the alien. Great. And then I'm just trying to reference it right there. This might not work. I might actually just put it in the public folder. Actually, that's what we need. I'm going to put it in the public folder, and that way it'll be able to reference it via assets. All right, let's see what happens. We're gonna. Oh, I put the image in the wrong place. I'll put that there. I don't know why I put it in the script tag. Cool. All right, let's see if it works. We're gonna start up this Svelte app. Dev's task not found. Does it just start? We can look in the package JSON. Roll up, command not found. Oh, I need to install dependencies. Yeah, it didn't do that automatically for me. Yeah, thank you, Emmy. So we're gonna install dependencies. It is well, yeah, I'm surprised, but it's cool. It's a nice alien. So we installed dependencies, and now we can start it up. We should just get a page with an alien on it. Wait. Somehow Firefox got closed. Give me a second. Nothing was leaked. Calm down. Calm down. Ta-da! So we have a page. It's got the alien on it. Now, let's see what happens if we apply some CSS that like changes the hue. And that might be the only customization that we have, and that's totally fine. So let's give this image a class of alien. And we'll have our alien class here. And it's like filter, hue, rotate 10 degrees. Let's play around with that. That's an alien. It absolutely is. Can we adjust it? Can I like click here and okay, so it's getting lighter. It's turning blue. Purple. Honestly, this is perfect. This is perfect. And I think we'll just have a slider where you can I don't know, I think 360, if we do 360, it'll go all the way back around to green, right? Let's see. Yeah. Oh, you're right, Doc. If we do it with CSS, then we can't. Okay. That's where things get tricky. Can I draw the image onto a canvas with a specific hue shift? We'll get to there when we get to there, but I am going to do all of this. I don't want to create this on a canvas, honestly. So we'll see. We'll see. I think there's a way to render the HTML onto a canvas. I don't know if it takes into account CSS, but this is great. So what we'll do is we'll have a slider that goes from 0 to 360, and you can move that slider to decide the color of the alien. I mean, actually, let's just make that really quick. So if we add input, is it type slider? Is that how you do this? Range? Or is there literally just a slider? Input type range, shouldn't it be? Yeah, that's what we want. Great. And then we have a min value of 0 and a max value of 360. And the current value is should be bound to some variable that we have on the in our script. So value starts off as 0. I believe, let's look at the Svelte docs. We can figure out how to bind this value, and then it should just work. Is it literally just bind :value? Let's do it. I'm not even going to look at the docs. So bind value. And now, just like that, it should... It doesn't work. Oh, never mind. We now need to use this value in the style down here as in the number of degrees. How do we do that? We could do an inline style binding, but I think there's a way to use variables in your styles. Reactivity. I thought there was a way, American 2050. If not, we'll do an inline style. That's fine. Let's search the web. Svelte use variable in CSS or in style tag. How to use variables and style tags in Svelte. Okay. We have a color, we have a var, and then there's this use style. So that's what we want. Here we go. Though, I think we're gonna need some sort of like computed property. So we'll have here like the hue color. And this is just going to be a template string that gives us this thing with the hue rotate. And this will include the value degrees like that. So we'll have hue color. And so this this right here tells it that this value should update when value updates, like the value variable updates. And then we should be able to do this. So like use styles equals an object where the hue color is the hue color. I mean, ideally I'd be able to do it like that. And then this is just a var with hue color. Oh yeah, you're right. Use styles goes on main. Oh, I see. And then it gets access to that. But wait. Where are we actually? This actually isn't even what I want. It's because this is making it so that you can use the variable here. Oh, it's using an action. Okay, never mind. We're not even going to go this route. We're going to do an inline style. It's just going to be the easiest. So we should be able to style equals, and then an object where the filter has the current hue color. Let's see if that works. How do we do style bindings? Do I have to do bind? Or do I just straight up do it as a CSS prop? Styling. Yeah, I'm trying to do it the view way, where you pass an object with the property that you're trying to specify. We could just do it as a string, like this, or we say filter hue rotate. Or hue color. And then what's this complaining about? Style is not declared. We'll figure this out, I swear. Svelte inline style binding. Svelte inline style. Let's see what you got, Shadow Craze. Okay, so we have an object with styles on them. We create var styles. And then how do we use them? Binding the value. Where are we actually using? Okay, so we say style equals CSS var styles, and then CSS var styles is an object separated by semicolons. So the way we set it is just style equals and then put it in quotes. So Cool. And this is what we're going to do now. The alien style is going to be filter, hue, rotate, that. And then later on, we could add some other styles there if we wanted to. All right. This is the winner. Are you ready? Ah. Okay, so you can move it. Actually, the maximum should be 259. Are we saying so? Some people have said it's 180, but I don't think so, because 180 just goes to pink, and then if we go past 180, 359. Yeah, so after pink, you get like oranges and those other ones there. Yeah, first try. We did it first try. Amit is asking, is this good practice? I haven't written enough Svelte to know. There are definitely other ways to bind styles. This is fine because this works for me here. I know. So the hue is 360. So if I go 360, that means, doesn't that mean it's wrapped all the way back around? Which is why I was only going to 259. 360 is fine. Okay, great. Great. We've made it this far. What else do we need? Let's look at our list of things. So we have our alien. Let's see if we can put different hats on it. And then we'll once we get some, at this point we'll have two customizations. You have your color, and then you also have your hat. Yeah, if you wanted a completely blacked out alien, I guess we could allow you to adjust the. So let's rename this to hue value. So that's the hue value, but then we could also do the L value, the light value. Does anyone know what is that? 0 to 255? Yeah, like the saturation and brightness. Because if we look at the CSS filters, there might be a, oh no, there's literally just a brightness. That's going to be a percentage. Yeah, we'll do brightness. And then that can be a percentage. So from 0 to 100% brightness. But what's the default? What's the default brightness? 50 or 100? No, 100. But now at this point, we can specify other styles here. So we could do brightness, and then we include the brightness value percent. Will it apply to the whole image? Probably. And yeah, we don't want the semicolon there because we want filter, rotate the hue, and adjust the brightness. Let's see what happens. Yeah. So you can make it completely blacked out if you wanted to, but you could do like that and then adjust the hue. From there, let's go for like a pink alien. That's like, you could do like bright pink or like slightly darker. Good enough. Good enough for me. Cool. And we're gonna work on the UI and the stylings later. I'm just glad that those two things work. Is saturation another filter that we can apply? Yeah, there's saturate. Okay. Brightness can go over 100%? What should be the maximum value of brightness? 200. Oh, I like it. Yeah, I like that. Because then you can go like really bright pink. Yeah. Okay. What about people are talking about saturation? What's the default value for saturation? Can I do spacing like this? Because that'd be cool. 100? Value. Okay, so we'll try one more. This is going to be the saturation. And does this have a saturation can go as high as you like. All right, we'll give it a max of 200 for now. Let's see what we get. So fully saturated. Oh, so you can make like a grayscale alien. Yeah, so now no matter what hue you select, it still looks pretty grayscale if you're like 0 saturation. But if we do zero saturation and like full brightness, yeah, you can make like a gray alien. The grays. Okay, this is perfectly fine. This is just like the beginnings of our character creator. Now, what I want to get working is like overlaying other images on top of it so that you can really customize it. And first of all, I need to credit that I got the image from here because we appreciate them. Let's do a references, credits. Alien image is from Pixel Art Maker. Well, we're going to include planets later. I don't think we need that anymore. These are a bunch of just little accessories. What we wanted was the, this one, the hats. Next step, let's get these hats. So I'm going to try to download this. Ideally, this will give us lots of different little files. If it doesn't, we're going to have to do that manually. But we'll see. So give me a second to sign in and download this. I think I have a Shutterstock account. I guess I'll create one. We could do a sprite sheet. Fpila, thank you for the gifted subs. Much appreciated. We've tried sprite sheets in the past. A lot of times, the combination of positioning the image with also only showing a certain section of the sprite sheet, it gets complicated. Now, this is not actually free. Or is it? It said it was free. It's actually like 22 cents. I know I could right click save image, but it has a watermark on it. I'm not opposed to paying. Yeah, let's look for this artist, Vector Pixel Star. Oh, they have an itch. Yeah, I would much rather pay them $1 on itch than pay for Shutterstock. Here we go. See if I can find it. Yeah, let me show you. Look at this. They've got it all here. And thank you for the bits. We've gotten quite a few supports. A lot of stuff. What Whoa! Thank you, everybody. Sorry I missed them. A ton. Oh no, these are follows. Never mind. We're showing follows. Here we go. Thank you, Murdoch, for those bits. Melinda Beans with the 9 months. Jellywoot with the 15-month resub. Finding this channel has been the best thing to come out of the pandemic for me. Thanks for all the hours of entertainment. You're very welcome, Jellywoot. Noxy Boy, thank you for the bits. Plexical, thanks for the bits. FPila, thanks again for the 5 gifted. Breddy, UK with the 2-month resub. Marty, Noxy, and Plexical with the bits. Thank you very much. All right, we found their itch. Let's see if we can find those hats. Ooh, space. What is this? Oh, these are just space pixel backgrounds. They're beautiful. This we're gonna use this. We're absolutely gonna use that. All right, we've got icons, platformer assets, pixel art style icons, various icons, food, and a little bit of kitchenware. I believe I am still on Mojave, yeah. This doesn't give us much. We've just got like a Mario-like character. Oh no, I accidentally closed Firefox. Give me a second. I should look at icon 6. Okay, I'll pull that one up. Ah, yeah. Okay, so icon pack number 6 comes with sport equipment, board games, shoes, headgear. We could put shoes on the alien. Let's see what kind of shoes we got. Here. Oh, wow. It's beautiful. And then where are the hats? Yeah, there's like an octopus hat. This is great. I am going to pay this person $9 right now. So give me a second to do that. I need my wallet. Actually, no, I don't. Give me a second. Give me 1 second. I gotta get all my payments situated without revealing anything on stream. Yeah, I do, Lil Dog. We code. Today is Coding Improv, which is basically when we started the stream, we had no idea what we were going to build. We've gotten suggestions from the chat, and now we are building an alien character creator with code, and we're using JavaScript, a library called Svelt. And it's just a good old time. Let's see. You can't see my screen, right? I'm also going to mute myself so you don't hear me typing, but I'm about to pay this. I'm going to pay this person to get these pixel art assets because they're really good. So enjoy this music while I figure this out. And actually, let me do this. We have the topic overlay. Leaked. Come on. Where is it? Is it status? I guess it is. Yeah. Cool. All right, I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Does the file have a license or rights restrictions? Let's look at that. But I believe it was so it's Creative Commons 4.0 O, which is probably just I have to attribute them. Let's see. So the megapixel art, does this one have hats? Oh, thank you, Grim. I appreciate the kind words. We'll get back to some real content in just a second. I gotta support this artist. All right. Maybe you all can help me out. I'm gonna send you a link to these things I'm about to download. Can you find a license on there? I'm happy to post a link to their profile, you know, like in because usually there's a certain Creative Commons license where you just have to say where you got the assets from. I'm happy to do that. I'm gonna risk it, risk it for the biscuit, because if anything, like I absolutely am gonna provide a link to their itch page. So I'm just gonna buy it. All right, give me 5 minutes. I'll be back. I mean, I'm gonna be here. You're just not gonna be able to hear me. All right. I actually didn't use a credit card. I just used PayPal. But I got it. I paid the person $9. Let me show you what I got. We've got a big old sprite sheet. So I think what I want to do is I actually want to run this through something that will just generate a bunch of different files, because I really actually don't want to deal with the sprite sheet. Because like usually you can use CSS to define where the sprites are, but I don't want to do that. So I believe there's probably some sites out there that will do that for you. You can give it a sprite sheet, specify the sprite size, and then give you a bunch of files that for each individual one. Because the ones that we care about are these hats, like this cowboy hat and this top hat, and also the shoes, and maybe even like the sunglasses. We got all kinds of accessories, but I need to split it into separate files. Sprite sheet split into files. Sprite cutter. All right, give me a second. Not that. I did the wrong thing. Keep doing the wrong thing. Sorry, everybody. Okay, here we go. We're on our way. Bye. Yeah, this will be on YouTube eventually. Okay. By number of rows and columns. Okay, so this has one. Let me show you what I'm doing here. So I uploaded the image here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So we have 18 rows. And how many? 18 columns. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19? 19 rows? The sprites are different sizes, aren't they? Well, there goes that idea. Here's what we're going to do. I'm actually just going to open it up with preview here. We're going to pick out the ones we want and then just save them as separate files. So let's grab ourselves a pirate hat. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I don't think it looks like for the most part they're the same size, but I do see some like weird overlap here. So I'm not even gonna risk it. So we're just gonna we're gonna do it like this. Actually, let's try the beanie first, because that'll be a cool little alien with a beanie. I could use image magic. This should be fine. It's going to be a manual process, but we'll see. Not there. We are creating an alien character creator. We're in the weeds right now because we're getting assets and getting everything set up. But in a moment, I'll show you what we're actually building. I guess I'll just put this in the public folder. So we can go to assets. Let's make a new folder in here called hats. And this will just be the number1 hat.png. Great. And now over here in our app, let's actually put the hat on top of the alien. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a div that will represent our alien and all the parts and pieces of it. It's going to have the actual alien himself as the background, and then we're going to overlay like the hat on top of it. So we'll give this thing a class of alien, so we can position it. So an alien will have a position relative, so that way all of the things inside of it can be absolutely positioned. And then we're going to have the hat. For now, we'll just hard code it to assets slash we want assets slash hats slash o1.png. And right now that would just appear below the alien, but we are going to give it a hat style. So we're just going to call this hat. And this has a position, an arc Anya. Thank you very much for that raid. Welcome, raiders. We're building an alien character creator right now. And we're putting a hat on our alien. So our hat will have position absolute. We'll just do top of 0 and left of 50%. And then we'll do a transform translate -50%, -50%. So this should be like right in the middle at the top, I would think. So we gave this a class of hat. This is telling us it's unused, and that's right, because this should actually be class hat. All right, let's see what we got. Do we have an alien with a hat on? Sort of. it's up there. We will have to resize it and like actually put it on top of the alien. But this is what we built so far. So you have your base alien, and we can change the hue. So you can choose the color of your alien. You can also change the brightness and also the saturation. So we could go for like a gray alien. Better position from the bottom so the hat gets the same base. Let's see how we're going to do this, though. So really, the alien hat size should be adjustable. I also agree with that. So the alien, we're going to have like a fixed width. We're going to have a width of 300 pixels. So that'll bring the alien width down. Yeah, now by doing that, the hat is in the center. And then we'll have a variable for like hat size. So we'll have like hat size or hat scale. And the scale starts off as probably like 10. We're going to have to figure out that value. And then we're going to do another similar like bound style here. So we're going to have the hat style. And it's just going, for now, we just need a scale. We need to scale it, and we're going to scale it by that hat scale value. I don't think you don't need hat magnificence. How much are we magnifying it? I don't think we need percentage here, because you can do like scale 1.2 and it'll make it like bigger. So that should be fine. We need to start labeling these things. And Nookie Poo, thank you for those gifted subs. Yeah, so we're in Svelt right now. This is known as a like a watched statement. So because I start this with the $, it knows that if any of these values change, it needs to re-update the alien style value. And then when it updates that value, it knows that it needs to apply it to this style property here. So we're going to do a similar thing with the hat. But let's add some labels here. So this is we'll call it color. It's technically hue, but we'll call it color. And then we have what was this again? Brightness. And then this was saturation. Now we want another range slider, but for the hat size. The minimum value will be, let's call it 0.5, and the maximum value will be like 100. We're going to bind this to the hat size value. Is that what we called it? Hat scale. Yeah, we're gonna work on the UI in a second, but that's a good point, Mark Boots. But like these 3 range sliders should technically only appear when you're editing the color, and this should only appear when you're selecting the hat. We've got some work to do. I just want to see it working. There's a property that specifies how much it should move by each time you move the slider. Is it like tick? Does anybody know? Step. That's what I want, step. So as we adjust this slider, it should adjust by 0.1 each time. So that should be fine. And then we need to bind that hat style to the hat, like we did for the alien. All right, moment of truth. Look at that. we could bring it down, so we can choose how big we want the hat to be. The other thing is there's an image rendering property we can specify. Yeah, so right now it's really blurry. There's a property we can specify that will make it look more pixelated, which is what we want. Yeah, the default value is too much. We're gonna go with 5. And then also this piece right here, the translate, needs to be within this so that they're both applied, because it's getting overwritten right now, I think. Does anybody know? Is it image rendering? Thank you. Crisp. Oh no, I'm gonna do pixelated. That didn't work. Crisp edges. Oh, it's perfect. It's perfect. Yeah. So now we can choose his hat. He's got a little beanie on. That's awesome. We also can we might want to be able to. I don't think I'm gonna adjust the left right. Yeah. So you're right. The range is, the maximum value is way too high. Let's fix that. The max value here, it's probably like 10. Yeah. You can have a little bitty hat or a big hat. Now let's clean this up a little bit. I'm gonna center everything. So main, I'm going to style with a flexbox. Do I want to? No, I don't want to line items. So that should just put everything horizontally centered. If we make the width 100%. So take up the full width of the page, but put all of your elements horizontally centered. And the flex direction is column? Column, because I want it all to go down. So that should not do anything. Let's see what we've got here. So display flex, justify content center. Then the image is within that. Do we actually want align items? Yeah, we wanted a line item center. Okay. Like so. We're also going to add some stuff. So that let's say that the alien has some margin top of like 100 pixels. So that'll like push it down. And then we'll also have like a nice little H1 right here. That says aliens as a service. It's beautiful. Actually, we don't want the margin on the alien. We want the margin on a container around the alien. Right? Wait. Let's see what I'm doing right now. So alien. Why is the 100 pixels being included inside? It should be... Oh, you're right. Okay, let's call this alien body. So alien body... should just have a width of 100% and height of auto. Yes, perfect. And now we can do like that. And it's a little alien wearing a beanie. The beanie is really oversized. It'll be nice to like adjust the up down of it as well. Why is the hat not centered? I'm not really sure. So whoa. Yeah, so we'll change the X and Y position for the hat, but right now, if we do left of 50%, yeah, I mean, we could do some really interesting stuff though, right? Because if we, check it, if we do like a rotate on the hat, then like Doc is saying, you can do like a little tilt. And now, we'll add it back in. Yeah, and then you could do like push it to the right a little bit. Regardless though, okay, so when we load the page, it has that. I think it's possible that the alien is not centered. Yeah, I think it's because the alien isn't centered. I don't know. You all tell me. Make it work if I set the transform origin to be the bottom midpoint of the hat. Yeah, it's possible. Let's see. Like if we look at our hat. Like really, if we wanted to be particular about it, we could get rid of all the white space on the edges, and that would prevent that. If we look at the alien, it's also possible that there's more white space on the left than on the right, but let me show you what styles I have. So the hat itself has position absolute, top 0, left 50%. So that should put it in the middle. The left edge should be in the middle. And then we transform it negative 50%, negative 50%, which means because the left edge is in the middle, this will now move it over so the whole image is in the middle, and then move it up. So like the center point is actually the middle. And then we scale it. But we could try to do better. If the transform origin is the bottom, then it should always be in the right place regardless of scale or jaunty angleness. You're saying if we put on the hat transform origin? Bottom? Like that? Ah, yeah. So that would be nice. And I guess also the other thing is we probably don't want it to spill out of the div itself, because this div is going to be like a 300 pixel div. So if we say overflow hidden, now because it's outside of the image, it doesn't show up, which means we can default it to being a little bit lower down. So the top, which should be like some number of pixels. Here. Yeah. Oh. We need to figure out the exact height, though. So what is the exact height of this 300 pixel image? It's 390. So what's 390 minus 23? I mean, let's do 360. 200. Yeah. I guess the other thing is we technically could scale the X and the Y. Check it. Right? And that way we could make it like a fat hat. So we do, yeah, we're making it more complicated, but I have a feeling that after we get this working, we can generalize it, and then all the other accessories you can add to the alien will work in a very similar way. Fat hat. Okay, and now we need, we'll have hat width. And that's the X. We'll have the hat height. And that will be the hat scale Y. All right, let's see what we get. Yeah. That way we can do like that, and that way we'll have the origin. Well, we need to figure out the right pixel value for this bottom value. $280. Yeah, perfect. It's perfect. We can also we could have another one for the actual up down movement. You traced an alien in Adobe Illustrator. Can one of the mods click on that and tell me if it's okay to open on stream? All right. How do you all feel about this? We have an alien with a hat. Like, I guess the other thing is we probably do want, like be able to adjust it the left, left and right in direction. So like, hat X %. Yeah, it starts off as 50%, and then the hat Y % starts off at 0. So that way you can move it up and down and left and right. And then we'll get rid of these two. And you do something like this. Left is hat X %. And the right, or top is hat Y %. I think. So the Y value starts off at 0. So top 0. And then the left value starts off at 50. So it should be halfway there. Okay. Now we have 2 more inputs. But for those of you component writers out there, basically what we can do is after we've got all of this working for like positioning the hat, we could turn that into a component that's for like positioning one specific kind of thing, and then we can just reuse it to position the shoes or the pants or whatever else. So while this looks pretty messy, we are going to clean it up. Hat X, hat Y. And so this will be a hat X. What did I call it? X%. Hat Y%. And the minimum is 0. Oh yeah, an angle. And the maximum is 100. All right. We should start it off at a different top value. So we'll start it off at 30, 20. Okay, so now we should be able to, we can move it up and down. Look at that. And then we should be able to move it left and right. Great. So let's give him a fat hat. We're going to move it like right there. And then over there-ish. It's perfect. It's perfect. We got an alien with a little beanie on. Yeah, and then the other thing is the rotation angle. So we could do hat rotation. We're doing like rotate X, or let's do a general rotation. And a magical bird. Thank you for the 12 months. There might have been some other supports. I'll acknowledge those in just a second. Yeah. So that should be that. And then we can also do rotate. We'll do our hat rotation degrees. Like that. And we'll have one more. Hat rotation. I guess technically you could go up to 360 degrees. And this is the hat rotation. Cool. All right. Woohoo! All right, so we can do like a little sideways hat. Like that. I'm proud of that. That's fine with me. Like, it's a little askew, but I think it's fine. It's fine. Cool. Yeah, ton of supports. Actually, I mean, these are. Thank you all for the follows. I appreciate them for sure. And Noxboy, thank you for the bits. I think I missed that one earlier. And Nookie Poo with the 2 gifted. And again, welcome Raiders. We're in the thick of it. Drag and drop items from a wardrobe sidebar with a drag and drop positioning. I don't know if I want to let people do that. Just because, yeah, I mean, it's at the end of the day, it would be similar to what we're doing right now, because instead of dragging it around, you actually can just adjust it. But what I like about this is we can like encode these attributes, like the hat type, the location, all of that. We can encode those attributes, and then that will give you like a shareable URL. Okay, great. Where do we go from here? I think we should try to design the UI a little bit. So if we think about this, we should probably on the left-hand side have different attributes that you can choose. So like if you, on the left-hand side, if you choose hats, yeah, I guess we could do, I like tabs. Maybe let's do tabs right below it. If you do transform origin 50%, 50%, it should rotate around the center of the image. Well, right now we have transform origin. Do we have transform origin? Yeah, we're saying bottom. I don't know. One thing I will do is put a border on this. Just so you can see what the confines of what you're working in. Because the other aspect here is if I can, like now if I see that, I can bring that. I could do that. I could do that. A little bit of that. Cool. This is an alien SVG. What did you do with this? I'm a burnt house. Oh, this is the alien, but with SVG, so it has actual vectors, as in like we could target. Yeah, this is awesome. Thanks for doing this. Yeah, because at this point we could target a specific path and then set it to a specific color. That actually, I mean, we're already this far. we're this far down the poked his nose. Poke. We've already got it working with like color, saturation, and light here, or brightness, saturation, and color. But the thing is, if we switch to an SVG, we could be more explicit. But a magical bird. Thank you for the bits. Haven't been able to catch a stream in what feels like a year. Here's some bits to show me. Oh, thank you. You didn't have to do that, but I appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm going to hold on to this. We're not going to use it right now because there's other things I want to work on. But I think eventually when we get back to color, we'll use that instead. And then we can actually do like an RGB color picker. So that'll be fine. What are we going to do now? We are going to... yeah. Well, can an SVG can have an embedded image, right? So we could have the SVG with the embedded, if that's the case, we could be positioning these images within an SVG element. Yeah. Okay. But we need some UI. I want to have some tabs. We'll have a tab for specifying the color, a tab for choosing a hat, and then we can get more into like the hat picker from there. Yeah, so we're about this, that's what we're about to do. Is we're gonna make this look pretty. First of all, let me get rid of this. I mean, really, just this needs to be like 10 pixels margin top, like that. Yeah. Okay. I think I'm just gonna bring in like Bootstrap. Specifically Bootswatch, because they have this theme, Cyborg, and so I believe they have like tabs in here somewhere. Yeah, we could do tabs like this, but the tab color could be like this nice greenish color. Bootswatch has other themes for Bootstrap. Oh, isn't there another one? Yeah, Vapor. Vapor is a cool one. Yeah, okay. What do the tabs look like? It's fine. We're going to use this. All I'm going to do is grab the CSS URL. Copy link. And then in Svelte, we have this main HTML file that ultimately adds all of our bundled stuff into it, but we are going to link this like that. I think by default we'll get like a dark background. Yeah, so we get like this dark background, and then we'll we'll make it look nicer. So right now the alien should have a background of white, like that. Eventually, we're going to bring in these space backgrounds, and then you can choose which space background you want. But for now, he has white background. Why does this look like this? And Sanfora, thank you for the sub. Very much appreciated. PowerShell, Git Bash, Hyperterminal. Which should I focus more? I'd say Git Bash is more universal because like the Linux commands you learn there will actually like work on a real Linux computer, whereas PowerShell has Windows and batch specific things. And then hyperterminal would just be used. I think it's if you're running it on Windows, you would just be using PowerShell. Caps. Oh, gotta catch them all. these are Pokemon hats, aren't they? These are great. I need to extract out more hats from that image that we bought. But let's work on the UI. So I want some tabs like this. For now, we're going to put that right below the alien. We are not going to add the bootstrap JavaScript. We're just gonna code this up real quick. We're gonna get rid of these data attributes, and we can use Svelte to make it interactive. So depending on which tab you click, will show that given tab of the UI. I think this should work with a p tab. Like this. So we'll have a tag for color, then we'll have a tab for hat, or like we'll call it headwear. Eventually we're gonna have I guess like glasses. Call it facewear. We'll have shirts, pants. Actually, we'll call it tops and bottoms. And then lastly, we'll have shoes. And also, we'll probably have a tab for accessories. Cool. What does this give us? So, we have these different tabs. Great. What did they have specifically on here? Navlink active shows it up as a different color. I think I want pills though. Instead of tabs. You have nav pills. And then you have the nav item class. So yeah, this should change it slightly. Yeah. Cool. This is what I want. So a stepper, by that do you mean like a wizard, like choose your color and then after that choose your headwear? I don't think I want to do that just because I want you to be able to flip back and forth between the different accessories. So yeah, that should be fine. But now you can see that this block of stuff here is just like showing all of the time. But what we want is a way to decide what should be rendered here. Yeah, and so this is the point where I think we start breaking it down into components because we'll have the color component, and then we can decide like if the current tab that you've clicked on is the color tab, show the color component. So we can have something like the selected tab here. That starts off as color. And then we can have something like whenever we click, how do you do DOM events in Svelte? examples. On click, thank you. Like that, on click. Great. So, on click, we'll do something like set active tab. Color, like that. And then, is there a way to do class bindings? Class current. Well, I mean, that's just a ternary. Is there something better? Okay, here we go. This is what I want. So like class active. Should be if the selected tab is equal to color, like that. So right now we'll just have two tabs. We'll have the color and then headwear. Cool. That should get us set up there. We'll have to we will have to create this function. I mean, honestly, you could just do an inline set. Headwear? Is it headwear or headwear? Headwear? Wears for your head or things you wear on your head? Headwear? Can I do this though? Can I do like selected tab equals color? Directive value must be a JavaScript expression enclosed in curly braces. Let's see. Software? Headwear. Yeah. All right, it gets even easier. I don't even need a function. I could just do this. There might be, Rufus. Are you saying there isn't? But that's what I was going to look into next, because that's what we need to handle down here. So now that we're setting the selected tab down here, we need to take that selected tab into account and display the right thing. So like in Vue, you do component is selected tab. You could do something like this, and then now if you have a component called color, the color component will get rendered there. Or if you have a component called headwear, that'll get rendered there. That should be, yeah, I mean, that's my question too. The other thing is we just have a bunch of like if statements, which I'm not opposed to. Like we're not going to have that many, so it should be fine. If blocks. Yeah, so something like this. So we can say if the selected tab is equal to color, then we show all of the color things, these. And in a bit, we will even bring this out into a separate component. But for now, we can just put that there. Put a bunch of if statements and then say that it's AI. Yeah, and then we just do the same thing for the other one. So if selected tab is equal to headwear, then we'll display this. But we forgot this one. Okay, that should get us there. Yeah, so I can switch back and forth. Wait, that's not working. Event target.add event listener argument 2 is not an object. Yeah, I guess I have to do something like this. Yeah, inline arrow. Thank you, American 2050. That's what I need. So when you click it, run the thing. Yeah, look at that. So we've got headwear, and then we can go back to color. Then we can go back to headwear. Yeah, and Doc is saying the item position UI definitely wants to be a component. Yeah, we'll get there. But I like the progress we've made so far. This is pretty good. Delta Time is asking, how do I get really good with keyboard controls? I use my mouse way too much. For me, it was just with a lot of practice. But one thing I do when I'm, I honestly, I do this because using the trackpad on my MacBook makes me use my wrists too much. Right now I'm having a lot of wrist issues, like wrist pain from using my wrist too much. So I actually I put a piece of paper on my MacBook so that I cannot use the trackpad. And that forces me to use keyboard shortcuts or like use my left-handed mouse, but I also try not to use the mouse at all. But yeah, I guess the answer is just practice and prevent yourself from being able to use the trackpad or the mouse. And then that will force you to learn all of the keyboard shortcuts. Okay. What do we do now? We definitely need some other components. We also need some other headwear. So like not only are you specifying the attributes, we should also have like a menu here of all the different hats that you can choose from. Okay, yeah, and what's up, Zab? Welcome to the stream. We're building an alien character creator, and I'm building it with a language, not a language. Technically, it's a language, a library and language called Svelt, which is for making web pages. That's what's really funny. He could wear like the beanie over his eyes, like from South Park. We've maxed out the width. What was the maximum possible width I had here? Hat scale X. Maximum 10. Go maximum 15. Nice. Is it possible to define a layer in case you want to send any of the items into a different layer? Yeah, I mean, at this point, we've kind of just defined a way of having controls to be able to position an image, but technically we could do some like click and drag here to reposition it. Yeah, you're right. The text isn't readable. I don't know why. I don't know what we've done. Let's see what they do on their text to make it readable. I don't see anything. Yeah, Rocker Turner. Boot Swatch is different themes for Bootstrap. So Bootstrap is a CSS framework that has like a bunch of built-in UI things. So you can just, once you've imported it, you can just add CSS classes to stuff and it'll look good. Bootswatch has taken that and applied different styles to it. So you can use all the same Bootstrap classes, but then you get some other styles by default. Right now we're using this one. But the text, why is the text so horrible to read? Oh, you know what? I think there's a body setting the color to black. Yeah, we need to get rid of that. Let's see where that is. Do we have like a CSS file? We do. Yeah, let's get rid of that. Which of the following CSS frameworks should we use? Sass, Tailwind, Sass, or any other? So Sass and Sass are basically the same thing. The only difference is their syntax, but they are the same language with all the same features. So that's fine. But here's the thing. If you're using Sass, which is a language, you get no styles by default. Everything you do will have to be defined by you, but you can use the features of the language like mix-ins and separate file imports and variables and stuff like that. You can use that if you're using Sass. Tailwind is just a whole other thing. So Tailwind is less of a framework and more of a utility library, because they basically so we're talking about Bootstrap right now. Bootstrap provides a bunch of classes. So you have like the navbar class and the button class and stuff like that, and it's pre-styled. Tailwind is a little bit lower level than that, because the classes that it provides, if you look at them, are things like container class, or things like inline block class or table cell class. Like, the way I like to think about Tailwind is the classes that it provides are usually only setting like one CSS property. Like, these classes aren't a collection of things to give you a nicely styled tab. It's just one property that would specify one CSS property, and you combine all of these utility classes to get something nice, which is a thing. So decide based off of what I just talked about. Like, if you're using Sass, you're basically writing everything from scratch. I mean, you're also writing everything from scratch with Tailwind, but there is Tailwind UI, which is, people have given you a collection of Tailwind classes that basically give you Bootstrap-like things. But yeah. All right. Can we say that Tailwind is not a template? It's just, well, I don't even think of it as a CSS framework. Like, I think of Bootstrap as a CSS framework. Let me show you Bootstrap. So Bootstrap, if you look at it, provides components. Like, any CSS library that provides like pre-built components, like they give you the CSS that'll give you a card, or they give you the CSS that'll give you like these nice looking alerts, or like these nice looking buttons. I'm calling this a framework because it's fairly full featured. Like, all you do is bring this library in, or this framework in, put these CSS classes on your elements, and now you have a nice looking button with lots of behavior and stuff like that. Tailwind does not give you that at all. Like, if you look in their documentation, they don't have components. They have utility classes. Ultimately, you could create a similar button like a Bootstrap button, but that would require like probably 10 or more different Tailwind utility classes to get that same behavior. Like, if we, I don't know if they can show me how to make a button, Tailwind. Can anybody help me out? Is there, just tell me yes or no. Is there a place on the Tailwind CSS docs that shows me an example of how to make a button? No. Yeah, so for that, I mean, yes, somebody link me. Yeah, Tailwind UI is a separate thing that I think actually costs money. Oh, I did use the search. I just searched for button. And that just talks about like button default styles. But Tailwind UI basically uses this as a base, but they give you things that are a collection of utility properties. So like, if you look on here, they give you a button, but actually I don't think they even give you a button. They give you a collection. They give you all the Tailwind utility classes that you would need to make that button. But ultimately, this is what your stuff ends up looking like when you use Tailwind, is you have all these properties specified as class names. Yeah, and is Tailwind components free? Tailwind blocks? This is the old Tailwind. We'll get there. I don't know why we started talking about this. But yeah, exactly. Okay, so This actually, I mean, that is version 1 of Tailwind, but you probably could still use the same classes. But think about it like this. If you use Bootstrap and you want a nice little primary blue button like this, you put these 2 classes on there, button, primary. If you use Tailwind and you want a nice little blue button like this, you need to put all of these classes on there. So you say background blue, when you hover, dark blue, the text should be white, the font should be bold, it should be rounded. So you are specifying all of the individual properties of that button in your class names here, which is fine. Like, this is actually what some people want to do because you can get a lot more custom. But you're not going to get just a BTN class out of the box. What this is showing is you could create your own BTN class, which is using like these Tailwind thingies to say that I want to apply all these classes whenever you use the button class. So this is Tailwind. All right, let's stop talking about it. I am going to take a break though. I have to use the restroom. I'm going to drink some water. And then when I come back, I think we're going to extract out some components. What else do we need? Actually, I could use a favor. Does anyone want to go through this image and extract out each of the hats? So basically create a separate image from all of the hats that are in here and all of the sunglasses and really any other like wearable thing inside of here. Who wants to do that for me? Who volunteers as tribute? Because it'll really help me out, because when I come back, we'll just have stuff that we can just plug into it. Not me. Well, this is cool. Is this a gas mask or is this like a welder mask? What should we call that? I'm just going to import it. You're awesome, but no, sorry. Don't look at me. Come on. Come on. Well, we wanted to do a sprite sheet initially, but what we realized is that they're not all aligned. Like, it looks like a futuristic rice cooker. All right, we're going to have this as o2.png. But before I go, I'm going to show you the power of what we've built so far, because if instead of showing the beanie, if we now show the gas mask, what we can do is we can just make this guy wear a mask like this. Yep. Dee-doo-doo-doo. Dee-doo-doo-doo. And then the Y. We'll increase the height and then increase the Y. And like adjust the X a little bit. Yeah, perfect. Look at that. Salient says they can split them. Oh, cool. DM me on Discord and I'll send you the image so that you can start splitting it up. All right, but I'm gonna take let's call it a 15-minute break, and then when I come back, we're gonna finish this up. We're gonna add hats, shoes, shirts, pants, and we'll make a way. We're gonna put this on the web, and we'll make it so that after you've created and customized your alien, you'll get a unique URL that you can share with anyone, and that will share the alien that you created. This is Aliens as a Service. All right, back in 15. Stay awesome. I'll leave you with a video while I'm gone. Let's find one. Coding Garden. Yeah, when we're done today, I'm going to publish the code's going to be on GitHub, and then the site will be a place that you can use and actually create your own little aliens. What's up, Punkix? What do we want to show? content? Well, I mean, that's the other thing that I'm thinking of. Like, after you create one, what if we like allowed you to mint a token and now that little thing is an NFT? Huh? The only issue is two people could create the exact same one and then you have just like copycat NFTs. But if we get like our own backend involved, we could prevent you from saving one that's already been saved before. I don't know. Regardless. I'm gonna leave you with this one. How many different ways can we count sheep? Hello, friends. With JavaScript. Pop up. This video is unavailable. Try again. Yeah, I agree, Doc. We all have our own little aliens. Pop up. There we go. Salient says, I can't send you a direct message on Discord. I have to wait 10 minutes. Let me see. Well, I guess we'll just have to wait 10 minutes. But that's fine because you could be working on it while I'm still coding if you're up for that. If you do !theme, you can see my theme. It's called Just Black, and I made a few modifications to it. All right, I'll be back in 10-ish minutes. Stay great, and when I come back, we'll finish this up. Cool. See you soon. Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. In this roughly 10-minute video, I'm going to attempt to solve this code kata in as many ways as possible. So this is called, if you can't count sleep, just count sheep. So you are given a non-negative integer, for example, the number 3, and you must return a string with the murmur, 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep. So, and it says the input will always be valid and there are no negative integers. So we're given a number, we need to create a string that repeats and counts up the number of sheep. Great. All right, I have here my function count sheep. I have a couple of console log tests. Right now, my function doesn't return anything. It's returning undefined. Let's fix that. I think the most basic way to solve this would be potentially with a for loop. Let's solve it with a for loop. And actually, I'm going to write some pseudocode. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say we need a place to store the string itself, so the thing that we're building up, right? We need to create a string that has 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep inside of it, so we need a place to store that. We then need to iterate up to the number provided, right? So we need to loop. We need to go 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way up to whatever is provided. If it's 1, we go up to 1. If it's 3, we go up to 3. If it's 1,000,000, we go up to 1,000,000. But we need to iterate up to that number, and then for every single number, we need to append to that result string. So append like I sheep, or like current number sheep to the result string, and a few dots after it. Hey, Rarsat Beards, thank you for that Twitch Prime sub. There is sound. Stop ends. We're in the middle of YouTube content. You can't interrupt me with YouTube content in the middle of YouTube content. You've already interrupted. Look, we've already wasted 2 minutes. Stop it. Okay, so append the current number with sheep to the result string. We'll also need to append ... And then at the end of it all, we are going to current number sheep, right? And then we need to return the result string. Okay, so if you're new to coding and you've never solved problems like this before, this is a good way to approach it. Basically, you break it down into the steps in human readable terms, and then we can now turn these steps into code. But what I'll show you is there are many different ways to turn these steps into code. So first, we need a place to store the string. What that means is we need a variable. So I'll say, and it needs to be a let variable because we're going to reassign it. And let's just call it result, and we initialize it to the empty string. So we start off with nothing, and then we're going to build it up. We need to iterate to the number provided, not provider, provided. And so in this case, we're going to create a for loop that, I'm going to create a loop that goes from 1, because we need to start at 1, and we need to go up to the number itself. So we're going to start I at 1. We use I because we use I. I don't know. We could use another variable, but we're going to go while I is less than or equal to number, right? So if it's 1, do it. If it's 2, do it. And if num was 3, if it's 3, do it. But when I becomes 4, don't do it. So less than or equal to number. And then I plus plus. And actually, I'll update my pseudocode. So iterate up to the number, up to and including the number, right? Up to and including the number. Cool. So we have a loop. This is gonna tell us each individual number value, and then we need to append that to the string. So we'll say result plus equals. We need to create a string that says the current number I, and then sheep dot dot dot. And are there yeah, there are no spaces between. So 1 sheep, 2 sheep. So that I think this actually should do it. And then we return the result string. There we go. So we get 1 sheep, 1 sheep, 1 sheep, 2 sheep. Oh, we're missing a space, right? So our output is missing the space between the number and sheep. So we need to put a space right here. All right, space before sheep, and I think we've done it. Just to test, I'm going to run my code on Code Wars, and if it passes, then we're going to write it in at least 2 more ways. We have 5 minutes, but at least 2 more ways. So I'm going to do a quick test. Pass. Great. So, like I mentioned, we have this pseudocode, but there are more ways to do it. I think the first way I'll show you is actually with our existing solution, but instead of a for loop, we could use a while loop. Let's do it with a while loop. That could be fun. So instead of a for loop, we're going to say we basically need I outside of the loop. So we'll say I equals 1, and we'll say while. And to convert a for loop to a while loop, you really just take this condition and you put it on the while, like that. And then you take this thing that's usually at the bottom of the for loop and you put it inside the while loop like this, and then that goes in there. And if we've done everything correctly, it works. So it's slightly different. Instead of having, because a for loop allows us to define all three things. We have our initial value, we have our check that happens on each loop, and we have our increment that happens on each loop, right? And we're doing the same thing, but now we're doing it with a while loop, and the result is the same. Great. The other thing I'll show you, which is, I mean, it's basically the same way to solve it, but instead of doing string concatenation here, we could do a template literal. So let's change that. So right here, instead of saying I plus sheep, so that's number plus sheep, it's creating a new string that's the combination of that number and that string. We can use what's known as a template literal. So we use backticks instead of single quotes. And then if we want to represent a variable inside of that string, we wrap it in curly braces and put money in front of it, and this will do basically the same thing. So 1 sheep, 2 sheep. It's a slight refactor, but it's about the same. I guess another thing I'll mention is that instead of starting at 1, typically you see for loops starting at 0. So we could start at 0, but then we would not want to go less than or equal. We would want to just go less than. And instead of just doing I, we would do I plus 1. So this solves it in the same way. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep. But instead of starting the loop at 0, we started at 1. Great. That's awesome. So that's like the for loop way. Let's try to do it with array methods. So instead of a loop, I'm going to create an array of the length number, right? So here's what we'll do. We'll say array.from. We can pass it an object, which is an array-like thing that has a length property. So this is going to create an array of that given length, right? So we're basically creating a list. And actually, it's kind of going to be a one-liner, so just bear with me. So create an array of the length that we need. The interesting thing about array from is that it accepts a callback method, and you get the current value. In this case, the current value is going to be undefined because every value inside of that array doesn't exist because we're creating it from nothing. And so we'll use underscore, which just because we don't care about it. We could call it anything, but we're going to call it underscore, and then we get I, and I is going to be 0, 1, 2, 3. It's going to be the index itself. And this method here gets invoked for each value that we're trying to create. And actually, I do need result. This will actually work this way. So, and if I say let result start off as an empty string, this will do the same thing. So here's what happens. Result starts off empty. We're creating an array that's going to be this length. And then this function is basically like a map function. I'll show you map in a second. But this function will get called on every single value. And then we are appending the result itself, which is great. So that's nice. But let's actually use map instead. I mean, technically, if you were going to do this, you would probably do this instead of a map, because this is a bit more optimized because it runs this function while it's creating the array, whereas a map would create the array and then iterate. But we got a minute and a half, so let's do a map. So basically, I would just do this. So create the array. Now we have an empty array of values that are undefined. And then we want to map it. And that's going to give us each value, which is undefined, but we also want the index, because then we can do something like this. And so that's going to be the specific number of sheep at that place. Here we go. So map it. And then now this actually, so if I return this, I'll show you what we get. If I return this, we get an array that has the values inside of it, but I want to turn that array into a string. So I could just do something like this. I could do .join and pass in the empty string, and that's going to take that array and smack it together back into the result. Great. And then we have 47 seconds. So the last thing I'll do is a reduce. So we create the array, and then instead of mapping and then joining, we can do it all in one go with a reduce. So we're going to do a reduce. We have our let's call it result, because that's our accumulator. It starts off as an empty string, and then we just return result plus that value. And then we don't need the join anymore, and this should work. So 1 sheep, 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep. We have 20 seconds. What can we do in 20 seconds? I don't know. I think we're going to stop it there. Thank you all for watching. Let's see how many ways we solved it. So first, we solved it with pseudocode, which is not a programming language. So we have 1, we have 2, we have 3, we have 4, we have 5, 6, 7, 8, roughly 8 different ways to solve the problem. And yeah, so somebody was like, hey, what happens if you do, let's just see if we pass in a really large number. It should work. We have written this function in a general enough way that no matter, we should pass in, no, there is no space. There is no space. So there should not be a space between the values. So we do need to pass in an empty string, not a space. Okay, but let's just try logging count sheep with 100. And look at that. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep, 4 sheep, 5 sheep, 6 sheep, 7 sheep, 8 sheep. And just, it keeps going on and on. Alrighty, everyone. Thank you for watching. This was what? I'll go count again. Was it 9 ways? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-ish different ways to solve the problem. Hopefully this was fun and useful for you. Yes, this is technically YouTube content. You saw the thumbnail, you clicked the video, you watched to the end if you're hearing me say this. Thank you for tuning in. Everyone say bye, YouTube. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bye, YouTube. And I'll also mention, if you like this kind of thing, tune in every Wednesday here on the Coding Garden. I stream on Twitch, twitch.tv/Coding Garden, and you can be a part of all these wonderful people that are watching live and telling me how I should solve things, instead of just watching. Just watch. I don't know. Bye. Hello. Hey, everyone. We're back. Let's make some aliens. Got that, and that, and that, and that. Okay. Hello, yeah. This all is recorded, yeah. So if you look on my Twitch page, twitch.tv/codinggarden/videos, if you go here, you can look at my past broadcasts. And so all of my past broadcasts from the last 60 days you can watch here. Just a second. Alka! 17 months! Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate you, Alka. But yeah, if you go here, you can click this and choose past broadcasts, and then you'll see all of my streams from like the past 60 days. And then eventually those make it over to YouTube. I stream once a week right now. I used to stream like 3-4 days a week, and eventually we'll get back to that. But yes, what am I doing? Why are you here? We are building aliens as a service. So basically this is a web page where you can specify the color of your alien. Let's go with a gray. We're going to make a gray. And then you can specify different hats and headwear. One thing we did, yeah, actually, he was wearing a beanie before, but we changed it out for like a welder mask. We're about to work on the feature that will let you choose the specific headwear, but then once you've chosen some headwear, you can specify the width, the height, where it should be on the alien. You can also like rotate it a little bit. And then yeah, so we're gonna right now what we're about to start working on is other accessories. So not only will you be able to choose hats, you can choose shirts and shoes, and then also like a space background. And then once you're done doing all that, we're gonna give you a unique URL to that alien. Yeah, and so for exporting, that is one thing we're gonna have to work on. Yeah, that's true, Doc. I think because if we do everything in the context of an SVG, we can then share that specific SVG, and then all of these assets can be embedded as base64 images in the SVG itself. And we did have a viewer create this for. So right now we're working with a PNG. That's like a rasterized image. The more you zoom in, the more pixelated it will get, which actually doesn't matter because it's already like a pixel art image. But this is a specific image with a specific width and height where each pixel is defined as a given color. This, however, is a vector. Somebody created this for us based on that one. And what a vector means is you can scale it up to any size and it'll still look good, because it doesn't define pixels, it defines paths. But SVGs can have images within them. So I think that's what we're going to do first. Doc has a good point. We're going to swap this out for an SVG, and then we're going to position the images on the SVG layer rather than positioning them on the like within HTML itself. Yeah. Is Svelt production ready? Yeah, I mean, the new Svelt was created by was it Rich Harris, who works at the New York Times, and the New York Times website is built using Svelt. So I'd say it's production ready. Pieces of the New York Times website are. I haven't spent too much time with NFTs, but I will say I was watching BeginBot the other day. I was lurking BeginBot. Go check out BeginBot if you want some quality entertainment. But yeah, he was looking at the Bored Mutant Yacht Club, and the Bored Mutant Yacht Club is an NFT collection where he owns a few of them, and they're worth like thousands and thousands of dollars because he got them early on. But yeah, I don't know much about NFTs, and I haven't really invested in any. So, but we've had some support events, and I appreciate you. What else has happened? A magical bird with that resub and the 500 bits. Samphora with the sub, Jodu with the prime sub, Murat with the host, thank you, Alka with the 17 months, Dage Veggie with the sub, and I'm a Burn the House with the sub as well. Thank you all for the supports. Give me just a second. Yeah, I think that's our next step. We're going to take this SVG and put all the stuff on top of the SVG instead. Let's do it. Can I download it? Direct download. Yeah, we're gonna put this in here for now. And then I'm actually just going to embed the SVG itself in the page. Like I'm not gonna do like an SVG import or anything. We're literally gonna have SVG elements. Oh yeah, that person reached out to me on Discord. I need to send them. Let me do that really quick. I need to send them the sprite sheet, and they're gonna start extracting stuff out of it. Oh well, yeah. Doc is asking, do they have a way to convert it to the pixel arts to SVG? Do you? I'm a Burnt the House? Because if you do, that'd be great too. All right, I'm going to send the image to you. So, Salient, you asked for the image earlier. I'm going to send it to I'm going to Burn the House first to see what they can do with it. And then if they cannot convert it to SVG, I'll send it to you, and you can do the extracting it out to individual images. Great. Okay. And Nookie Poo, thank you for the bits. The chat. Oh, the chats are. Why are the chats in the future? Huh. I don't know. Maybe there's like I have no honestly I have no idea. I have no idea why they're in the future. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, like local time versus server time. But I thought my my computers have their time synced. Oh no, you're right. Yeah. My Windows computer is out of sync. Why is that? It says it's 238 instead of 239. Doesn't matter. At this point, I should be able to show you this. Okay, so we've got the SVG from I'm a Burnt the House. And now instead of displaying this image here, we are going to just straight up put this SVG in the page, in the component. Let's see. So we have an SVG, and then just a bunch of paths. But technically that needs to be in one more. Like that. I think. And then for now we'll just hide the let's see what we get if we do this. Yeah. It's not horrible. I think what we need to do is apply the style to the SVG itself to have a specific width and height. Let's actually look at it. So, yo, what's up, Sai? Yeah, so technically we want to position the hat within the SVG itself. How do we do an SVG image? I'll have to look that up. And then specify its coordinates within the SVG itself. So you can do image href, width and height. Yeah, and then now instead of, I mean, really what we would want is instead of the image location, we would want some base 64. But for now, we'll point it here. But we do want to eventually just have the base 64 embedded. We do like that. And can we do CSS styles on it? Let's see. So we've got the image, which is off the page. Oh, well, we can you specify an SVG as position relative? In mods, can you see what Flucci was trying to do? There was an attempt. You're gonna do style position relative. That might throw everything else off. No, because see the image is like was still way off the screen. No, I didn't code that SVG. I'm a burnt the house coded this SVG, and now we're using it. Yeah, now we have to work out image positioning within SVG because before we were using, yeah, that's the thing. Before we were using CSS transform, and I think what we want instead is just literally specifying like the X and Y attributes. So we have like hat. I thought we had like hat X. Transform exists, but it's not an attribute in CSS. Okay, so we should be able to do something like translate, transform. Something like hat transform. And then instead of hat style, we call it hat transform. And we do just, for now, we'll just do this. But I guess what I'm curious of is yeah, so the transform maybe is specified in a different way. It's not the same as CSS. Let's look. Without semicolons, okay. Can I do percentages? And then scale, there's no scale X and scale Y, so I just have to do X comma Y. That. Then can I do rotate? Oh, there's no commas. So it's like that. And actually, do I want to do this? Hat X. Can you do translation in a percentage? Like this. So it's getting specified, but it is not applying. What's up, Slip? Welcome to the show. SVG transform. Well, if I remove the percentages, then it's a specific pixel amount. Oh, no semicolon there. Yeah, I'm not sure. Let's see how they do it. Rotate. Translate. Yeah, they don't have percentages. Okay. Well, we're gonna have to do this with like exact pixel values then. Flucci, as long as you say hello, we won't ban you. but most CSS is blocked. Like you can't use pretty much any inline styles in the chat overlay. Let's see. Yeah, maybe no. Relative to the view box, and the view box is what, 125 and 190. That's good to know, though. I'm actually going to specifically set the alien to be, wait, was it 125, 190? What's happening here? Is that not 125 pixels by 190 pixels? Is that width and height? And then alien. Yeah, I'll do that, Doc. You know what? We can just get rid of this altogether. And then now we no longer have a div class alien. We literally just have the SVG. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, let's try it with just translate. So instead of trying to do all this extra stuff, because it could be the rotation is throwing it off. Can we just translate the X and the Y? Let's see. Oh, maybe. Maybe. Yeah. Okay. Good call, Doc. So translate does work. Let's see, does scale work? No, that got rid of it altogether. Oh, that's great, Salient. You already split it up. That's awesome. I'll take a look in a second. Oh, you both are ready. Actually, I'll look right now. Let me look at my DMs. Whoa. Is this so? I'm gonna burn the house. Is this the entire image turned into SVG, or is this? Because we would want individual elements. Wait, is each path the individual? Yeah, could you? I mean, you say it's easy, but I don't want you to do too much work. But yeah, can you send me individual SVGs of each of the things, like an SVG for the cowboy hat, an SVG for the pirate hat, that kind of thing? That would be great. Cool. The scale syntax is 1.5, 0.75. Yeah, I'll see what we're doing there. Divided by 100. Oh, yeah, you're totally right, because we have them as a percentage. It's moving barely. Yeah, so actually we don't want them as a percentage. We want a value between 0 and 125. So the hat, really it's just the hat X and the hat Y. What's 125 divided by 2? 62.5. Yeah, and then we just have hat X and hat Y. We have to adjust the sliders. Hat X, hat Y. The X has a minimum value of 0 and a maximum value of 125. And the Y has a minimum value of 0 and a maximum of 190. So, yeah, look at that. So we can go like that. We can, well, yeah, I guess that moves it all the way down or all the way up. Cool. All the way to the left, all the way to the right, but minus the width. Okay, let's work on the scale now. Oh, I know, Salient. We had somebody else that was going to do it with SVG, so I'm just waiting on them. And then if they can't figure it out, I'll send it to you to split. But in the meantime, I think they're going to actually convert it to SVG individually for us. Put the width and a height in a constant variable. You're right. We should do that. Alien width is 125. Let's take a quick stretch. You're right. These should be const. They are unchanging. This is the height. the width. Does SVG scale the position as well? I believe so, because the view box of this SVG is this 0, 0, 125, 190, and so everything is relative to that. And then if you scale the whole SVG up, it should. I would think. Okay. Now, how do we do the scale? Scale is similar. It's just like a 1 means 100%. Okay. Let's look at our sliders for those though, because the width, step value of 0.1, that should work, right? Let's see. We can see what happens here. Why don't I see it at all? Let's change the minimum and maximum values though. So we'll start off with a scale of 1. Yeah, okay. So scale is 1. Okay. I guess should we scale it before we transform it? Will that change it? We can change the width. Here's the thing, when we change the height, like if we put it way down here, I don't like how this feels because basically, as we start adjusting it, like it's not intuitive because like as I'm going height, it's also moving it. Do I need like a transform origin? Yeah. What do I set it to though? Yeah, we're making a web page so that we can design our own custom alien. This started off as coding improv, but I think I've decided to just work on this now because I really do want a web page where we can all make our own aliens. The values are relative to the embedded image size. Okay. I mean, what if I do 0, 0? Is that the default? Yeah, okay. I like that, because now it's like the left corner. And then... Well... I see. Bottom middle. Okay, things will change slightly, though, once we have the SVGs from... I'm gonna burn the house. So let's see what they got. actually could probably do this. Let me see. Wouldn't it be easier if I would use React? If we were using React, literally nothing would change. No offense or anything like that, but most of what we've been doing right now has nothing to do with the front end framework that we're doing. No worries, I'm about the house. So here's what I'm going to try to do. If I open up that SVG in the web browser, I should be able to find the specific one that I want and then copy the SVG code for the one that I want. But let's see. Yeah, and actually I do agree. This would probably be 10 times harder if we used React. We're using Svelte right now, which is really good. Oh. Unfortunately, here, I'm actually going to show. So I'm over at the house, took our sprite sheet and tried to convert it to SVG. Oh, I'll do that, Doc. But look, when we zoom in, it's no longer pixelated. It's now, they're vectors, which makes sense. So, but here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna send these over to. I'm gonna burn the house. I appreciate everything you've done for us, but I think we're at a point where the image itself isn't what we want because it's too vectored. Yeah, no worries. I appreciate it. Like the only way to really do it would be to do it by hand, and that's just like way too much work. So, Salient, if you're still up for it, I'm gonna send you this PNG, and I'd like you to split it into individual images. And really, we don't want everything. The main thing we want are the hats, the shoes, and like the sunglasses or anything else that a character could wear, because there's a lot of like extra stuff in there. But here, I'm gonna send it to you now. Cool. All right, where was I? Doc told me that I could just use bottom center. Let's try that. So transform origin, bottom center. Here we go. Yeah, it's still doing this weird thing. Okay, so watch. As I adjust the height, like as I'm adjusting the height, I want the bottom left corner of the image to stay in the exact location. But you can see right here, as I'm adjusting the height, it's actually moving that location. I guess the other thing is I don't know what the height. I guess I would know what the height is after the scale, but order of the okay, so if we do this, translate, then scale, that's fine. No. You think it's the transparent stuff in the bottom? Let's see. Did I not clean it up? Okay, let's try this. Oh no. Scale, rotate, translate. And then did we figure out the syntax for rotate? Is rotate we just don't include their degree? Yeah, it's just the controls are not ideal because as I start moving these things, it like goes off the page. Like we'd be much better with just like a drag drop. I don't know. I want that alien right now. So we're using Svelte for this page. Really, I mean, the main benefit Svelte is giving us is we're binding these values to some variables, and now we can use those variables in the actual transform. But I did set the transform origin. Let me show you. Bottom center. Ooh. Is that right, Doc? Center bottom? I don't know the order or if it matters. Let's try. Width is cool. Height. Hey, Titan. Let's keep it safe for work. Width. Height. Here's the thing. I feel like even if we got rid of the clear edges on the side of the image, we would still have that weird issue. Change it around until it works. The thing is, before we added rotate, it's either scale translate or translate scale. The sliders aren't a must, no. But I don't see why we have this behavior. Yeah, like width behaves as expected. So like given its current location, it gets wider from there. But you can see that the bottom left corner stays where it is. But now when I increase the height, it's changing. It's like it's changing the Y value for whatever reason. Do we need commas there? No, we don't need a comma because we're in SVG now. We're in SVG. But yeah, I'll show you. Well, the elements right here. We can see we have transform. We have the scale. So width scale, that's X, moving just fine. And then Y scale. Is it margin and padding? Box sizing, border box. Yeah, oh, href is what we need in SVG, and it's gonna. I believe it's gonna keep it an image, but the only thing we're gonna swap out is for base 64. Yeah. Is it because I'm going over 1? Oh no, so like right now you can see that the width scale is 7. And that makes it real wide. Yeah. Is there like a translate X? Oh, look at this. both horizontal and vertical translation. You do want a comma. You do want a comma. Vertical scale, horizontal scale. Why is it working without the commas? All right, so width as expected. Let's bring it down, and then height. No, it's still being weird. It works with and without the commas, which is weird to me. Okay, yeah, so let's swap them now. Translate, then scale. All right, width. No, now width has that behavior, and height has that behavior. If we do it this way, width behaves how we want it. That. Yeah, we don't need to refresh the page because the Svelt loader has, I believe it has hot reloading set up somewhere. I think in the rollup config. Right here. This live reload. Yeah. So it actually is refreshing. But Opti, thank you very much for the resub. Some other stuff. Nika writes code. Thank you for the 5 months. And Freak Zombie. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for being here. Nookie Poo with the 100 bits. And I'm a burnt the house. Thank you for that Prime sub. You've been helping me today, and you're gonna give me money as well. Wow. Oh yeah. But shout out to our friend Opti. I don't know if you've streamed recently, but Apex Legends, nice. What's up, Andrew? We do full stack. We do front end stuff and back end stuff. I think lately we've been doing a lot of front end, but we also do back end here too. Welcome back, Eddie. Hopefully you fixed that bug in production. Yeah, I need some more coding streams. Yeah. All right. What if? Bear with me, everyone. What if instead of transform, we use individual properties? So is there a SVG attribute like zoom or scale? All right, let's try it, Doc. 50%, 100%. The thing is, I don't want to specify pixel values. Like, I want it to be generic enough that we can pass any image into it, and it's going to be relative to the image itself. Width, great. Height, no. X is working just fine. Y is working just fine. But then as we increase the height, for whatever reason, the location is changing too. Could it be because I'm setting the element height to auto? So just the Y transform origin is wrong. If that's the case, is that the first value or the second value? I mean, that's honestly a little bit better, but it's still doing a weird thing. Zero percent, 0%. No. Negative 100%. Translate, then scale. I think, didn't we change it to that? No, we have scale, then translate. Make the Y lower in value when you change the height. Oh, well, you mean like go by a different step value? No, because like if you saw how when we were doing it with CSS, like we could make that hat really tall or really wide. You can see right now that like I'm increasing the height, but it's really just changing its location. Like it's not really changing the actual height of the image. Also, is scale even what we need? What if we did a width? What if we just did width? What if we literally wait. Because width could be in terms of pixels, right? Right? Yeah. Height, width. What are we gonna call this? Hat width. We'll default to. I mean, we can look at the actual size of the image, but the thing is, every hat is gonna be different. This is 17 by 23. All right, now at this point, I think we don't, I mean, we can still do translate because that seems to be working just fine. But now we can just specify the width and the height of the hat. It didn't get rid of the scale. Hard refresh. Okay, now it's just scale. Oh, wait. What did I do wrong? Okay, we have the hat transform is just translate. And then transform is hat transform. And we have the width and the height attributes. I see. So I think... What? Why is there not a width and a height attribute? Is the build failing? Ah. I wonder how long this has been happening. Hat scale X is not declared. You know what? I'm pretty sure we've been changing code and not actually seeing the result. So that's fun. But regardless, we'll get there. I mean, that's probably why nothing is working. Ooh, okay. Now, wait, changing the width is changing the translate? What did we do? We messed everything up here. Okay. We have hat width and hat height. Now the bars here need to be bound to, that's why. Whew. All right, everything's gone wrong. But we'll get there. Now. Okay. Now the can you do percentage here? Can I do that? What's up, Natsuko? Welcome to the stream. It's a bit of a mess right now, but I appreciate you being here. Okay, can we try transform origin center bottom? Yes, I will do that. Let's confirm that stuff is compiling and not complaining. Okay. All right, does the X, yeah, X still works. Beautiful. Y still works. But now the width of the hat. Apparently a percentage width does not work. Oh, if you change the height, you need to change the view box. Okay. These are pixel values too, right? But now we know that the view box should be something like 0, 0, and then width and then height, right? Like that. And then also, instead of doing this transform, I really just want to set like the X straight up. And the Y is hat Y. Transform. There we go. Okay. Let's confirm all of my slider values. So the width, a minimum of 1 pixel and a maximum of the width of the alien. And same thing for the hat height, a minimum of 1 pixel and a maximum of the alien height. Okay. Let's see what we got. Now, X. Beautiful. Y. Beautiful. Height. Not quite. But you can see in the dev tools here that when I change the height, the view box is changing and the height is changing. Huh. Okay, width works. Height doesn't. Okay. Yeah, you all are making sense. I think. So what Cytrex is saying is there's no need for mixing viewbox and transform. Put the image tag in the tag and just work with that. Yeah. I guess I don't know much I mean, I don't know much about SVG, but I guess I don't know enough about SVG. But here I'm just specifying width, height, X and Y. What someone is telling me is, not someone, I can see it. Salient is saying that I should have like a group tag here. And then inside of that group, I put the image and then apply the translation to the group. But apply the height to the image. So like, what if I put X and Y here? So that moves the group around. It's not working. Oh, but the group itself would need to have a width and a height. Can I set the width and height of this image to be 100% of its parent? Would that work? Is that valid? No, it's now that's of the parent now. All right, let's try it though. So I'm going to listen to Sidetreks for a second. We got a lot of suggestions coming in, but I'm going to try what Sidetreks is saying. So in this case, we're going to have a transform that's translate, and then we have the X and the Y. And then we get rid of XY here. Okay, let's try it. So we move the X, great. We move the Y, great. Now, tell me what to do next. Now we want scale, which comes before translate. So you're saying we should do scale, and then we want the width and the, well, that's the thing. Now I have specific width and height values. I don't have a scale value. So how can I, in the image, transform equals scale? Okay, regardless, back to scale. So we've got the X and Y working perfectly fine. That's awesome. So how do I get the width and the height to apply to this group in this image? Tell me what to do. Though I would think if we just put that directly on the image, right? No, see? I mean, does this need to be a pixel value? No. No. But, I mean, is that what we want, Doc? Preserve aspect ratio? Is that what's happening? Is it preserving the aspect ratio? We want that on the image tag? I mean, at this point, we're not even CSS. At this point, we are, we're working with SVG, yeah. Transform scale 1, translate XY. And then how do I get these width and height values to actually apply? Height. Width. Well, that's the thing. We are no longer using like percentage values here. We're using pixel. Well, we were using pixel values. I can change it back though. So really, what we want is hat scale X hat scale y. Do I want a comma there? And then we can say the scale starts off as 1 and 1. And then our sliders will be adjusting that instead. So hat scale x is the width, and then scale y is the height. It compiles. All right. Nope. I mean, it's doing that. Okay, I'm testing my own code here, and this works. Transform equals scale. I think the only difference there is we don't have the comma right now. So slider should go from 0 to 5. Okay, I'll allow it. Anonymous, thank you for the 11 bits. Transform on the group, translate on the image. Help me out here. Where's the last message you said? Okay. Like this? Salient? Is this what I should do? Add transform origin center bottom. Do I want the transform origin? I guess I would want it on the image. Or no, I want it on the, if I'm changing for the scale, I want it here. Where's the comma between x and y for scale? I thought we didn't need it. I think it actually has different meaning if you leave it in or out. Translate on the G, scale on the image. All right, I got you. This goes here, and this goes here. I mean, you could say we're learning. At this point, I've just thrown so much code at it. Yeah, we're over budget and out of time. All right, height. No. 1.1, 1.2. I mean, we could change the step to be like 0.01, but it's not actually changing the height. Yeah, x and y work just fine. Okay, so we can translate that group from 0 to the height and from 0 to the width. Easy. Easy peasy. Now, when we change the width, though, that's having some really weird behavior. So we're dealing with SVG is the issue, which I don't believe has like absolute positioning. I mean, that's kind of what I was trying to do here, like set the x and the y. Right now, we're scaling the image because we have the transform scale on the image element. Yeah, so, I mean, if you want to look at that. The width is 47.9667. And then if we increase the width a little bit more, the width is 65.13333. Now, it was working a lot better as just a regular image, you're right, but at the end of the day, we want this whole thing and all of its composite elements to be an SVG. I mean, that's a good call, Doc. Like, if we get rid of this translate, does the scale... right now we have scale X and scale Y. Does that behave as expected? It doesn't. See, like I think that's our issue is like scaling. Is there like a scale origin or something like that? You can replace the transform origin with another translate. What do you mean? Also, just in general, how would I specify a different width and height for an image in SVG, right? Like that's because that's what I tried to do earlier. Is I literally just want to say like the width is 125 pixels and the height is 190 pixels. Like, why can't I just do that? I guess I can. Width and height are apparently required. Oh, okay. So Alka, if I have width and height specified, I need width, height, and scale. Yeah. Also, is there a way to do the image rendering thing inside of an SVG? Because we had this image rendering crisp edges. Can I do that in here? Didn't work. However, optimize speed. And thank you, Alka. Thank you for the suggestions. Oh, you're right. Image. Though that probably does, the CSS probably doesn't exist. Oh, it does. Look at that. Okay. But what I wanted to do was set the these values to be hat width. I guess right now we have hat scale X and hat scale Y. But if that's the case, the width can go from 0 up to the alien width, and then the height can go from 0 up to the alien height. Like that. Would you look at that? I mean, that's a lot. This is the closest. Look, we've been working on this for like an hour. This is the closest we've gotten, like all day. Is like that, right? I mean, it's the thing is, what's weird is as we increase the height, you can see that it is actually changing the location. Like this should just, instead of moving it down more, it should. Right now we have height set to 190. It's centered to the bounding box. So if we have a width, yeah, the width is 22. The height is 1. Oh, how do I just tell it to not? Right now it's yeah. Right now the element itself has the right size, but the image inside of it isn't scaling. Yeah, so I think we tried this earlier. Like right now, it's trying to preserve the aspect ratio. I think that's the issue we've been seeing this whole time. Is that a valid attribute? Preserve aspect ratio. False. None. On the SVG, you mean on the G? Would you look at that? Wow. Oh, you're saying I can put this up here and then it applies to everything? That took us way too long. Way too long. But there it is, because now I can... Yeah, and then we can do this, and then this. And now we'll hook up those X and Y values again. It took way too long. We literally spent an hour on that, but I think we can go back to translate, transform, and then we have our hat X, hat Y now. Yeah. I'm glad. Like, I'm happy. I'm glad you're happy. So there's our hat. Transform, translate. Right. We'll get it. We'll get it. What's up, C Sharp Fritz? Who says, I need this. I want viewers to my hat collection to be able to test where all of my hats. Well, right now we're trying to create a an alien customizer. Like, you create your own custom alien, but at the end of it all, yeah, like, you could replace the base image with whatever you want. We're having a really hard time, though. A really hard time. This is probably the closest we've been in, like, the past hour. Yeah. Who knew SVG? I mean, I guess I probably should learn more about SVG because I don't really know that much about it. Okay. What are these height and width values? We've got 72 and 127. That's what I want to make the default values. And then the X should be, I don't know. What's this? 26? And the Y should be like 1. Oh, why does Y has to go into the negative? Yeah. It's still trying to preserve. Well, we want that. Yeah, we want aspect ratio. I mean, look at this though. Like, I don't like this. As I'm adjusting the height, like when I get to this point, it starts moving. Oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah, you're right. The thing we moved up here isn't working. That needs to be here. Yeah, like that. Cool. Cool. That looks better. Okay. We're closer. We've spent way too much time on this. But we need it to go into the negative values. But here, let's I want to be able to do something like this. Like we have a really fat, yeah, like this, like that. He's got a little beanie on. I guess that's not horrible. We kind of need some empty space around the alien itself, like all these paths. I guess we should allow it. We should allow it to go into the negative. So the y value, we can set a minimum of like a negative 100. And the maximum is the height. Same thing here. We can like go off the screen. So yeah, like I want to put the hat like right there. Make it a real wide hat. Like right there. Bring it down a little bit, like that. It's here's the thing. It's all right. It's just like these things are not, these controls combined together are not at all intuitive. Because the more I move it around, like it doesn't stay in the spot that I actually want it to. Like you could eventually get there, but if I was a user of this app, I would complain. I would be like, fix your controls. There. I agree. The UI, hey, come on. Do it on center. Is that what you're saying the transform origin should be? I don't think we even have a transform origin right now. X, Y, height, width. You know what? That might have fixed it. That might have fixed it. No, I think. Yeah, I mean, maybe. Actually, I think I want it to be the bottom. Like. Currently, the width and height are relative to the top left of the bobble. Yeah. Where do I want it? I feel like we haven't made any I mean, not I feel like we have not made any progress on this thing. We've just been trying to position the hat. Oh well. Yeah. This is fine. This is fine. Hey, Bab, we're making a little alien customizer. So the idea is you're going to have a bunch of different hats that you can choose from. And then Also, shirts and shoes, and you can design your own custom alien. Okay. You're not using transform to scale. It's a transform origin won't work. Oh. Okay. But I guess also the X and Y that we're specifying needs, I would actually want to be relative to the center. And right now it's not, right? So like this X, Y is the top left of the image, right? Right? Right. Translate negative 50%. So can you do both? Can you do like this? That does nothing for us. Now the translate doesn't work at all. All right, we'll go back to not having that because we're at a point where it's somewhat usable. So that's great. Use CSS. Would that work though? Like, because basically the SVG that we generate, we want it to be able to look good not on a web page. Like it needs to be just an SVG image that looks like it looks. And I don't know, can you use CSS in combination with that? So it does. It does have equivalence. Well, maybe we should have just done that from the beginning because we had it working just fine earlier with CSS. Then we switched to trying to do it in SVG, and that's where we've been for an hour. But okay. At this point, I'm going to see if our good friend who's been chopping up the image has anything for us, because we could test it out with different hats. Oh, they do. Only hats and shoes. Let's go. Wow. Okay. They've done it. Can you get some hearts in the chat for Salient? They have done the hard work of splitting out all of these different hats. So here's what I'm going to do. Yeah, I'll show you in just a second. But at this point, we can add a little hat picker. Yeah, all the hearts you got. All right, that's a hat. Wait, so from 3 all the way to 8, 9. Those are hats. That's a hat. That's a shoe. Is that a top hat? I can't tell. Yeah, I know you can't see anything. I know that. I mean, I guess I could. I probably shouldn't have any issue showing what I'm doing right now. Oh, that's a shoe. That looks like a boot. Okay. Oh no, I accidentally got a shoe. Now, we have all of these hats. We got that hat, and that hat. Now all I need to do is add, wait, is that a shoe or a hat? It looks like a hat. I can iterate over all of these. That's a shoe. Get rid of that one. Iterate over all of these, and then you can choose which hat you want. Let me just do that really quick because we spent so long on the other thing. Cool. No, if we go here, we have a public and assets folder and a hats folder. So right now they're all in the hats folder. I'm just going to copy them like this so I can put the names of the files into a string, and then we can iterate over them and show them all on the page to select from. So we'll do something like hats. It's an array that has this, but we will do this. Great. So now we have an array of all possible image names. We can say the selected hat starts off as what, number 24? We can use that selected hat when we're specifying the image location right here. So we should be able to do that. I'm not just looping from 0 to 36 because the numbers are not consecutive. There are some that are missing because the numbers in between are shoes. But those are going to be in a different directory. So if we did that right, we should now start off with number 24. What is number 24? We'll see. Some kind of hat. I don't know. Oh, look at that. It's like a little safari hat. Yeah, perfectly fine. But now what we want is we want to iterate over these hats, display them down below so you can click on one to change the selected one. And we'll just do that like right here. So we'll have a div. Inside that div, we need to do some repetition. I don't know the syntax for that, but we can look at the Svelte docs in their examples, take a look at each blocks. This is how you repeat stuff in Svelte. Each hat, not cats, hats, as name, like that. And then we'll just have a little image. Give it a class of hat preview. And the source is going to be assets/hats slash the given name, like that. And then we'll make a little hat preview class down here. Do a width of 100 pixels, height auto. See what we get. We have a drop down of hats. What I want to do is I want to just show all of the hats, and you can like click on the one that you want to display. So something's gone horribly wrong. Oh, I have to click on headwear. Yeah, like this. I actually have to click headwear. So that's awesome. Now you get all these little hats that you can choose from. And then when you click on one, we want to set it as the displayed hat. I don't hate it. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words. And see you later. I'm a burnt house. Thanks for your help earlier. Cool. Now, when you click on one, we need to set that as the selected one. So that should be easy enough. Similar to how we were doing, what was it this? So on click, you do selected hat equals that. Right here. So selected hat equals name, the one that you just clicked on. Okay, moment of truth. Yeah, look, so we can choose our hats. Like, let's say we want this. I mean, this looks like the Pokemon hat, honestly. So we can just do something like that. Move it along the X. Perfect. Got to catch them all. But now I can also like swap out these and then adjust the width and the height. So wouldn't it be great to have a sombrero that covers the entire width of the image? Look at that. Cool. Lower the default hat height. Yeah, I completely agree. What does it start off as? Let's just see what the values are right now, and we can default to that. So width 125, height 28. And then X. Let's see what the X value is. One? 0 and 1? Yeah, great. Okay. So it starts with that hat, but yeah, now we can swap it out for these other hats and then adjust them accordingly. Awesome. The other thing is we could add a like a selected class for the hat preview. Something like this 2 pixels solid white outline. And then whenever you click on a hat, we'll give it that class. We did something like that earlier, like this active class. So for the hats, a very similar thing. Can you have an outline on an image? Should be fine. We called this selected. And if the selected hat is equal to this hat, then it should have the selected class. Oh no, we broke something. Hat is not defined. Its name. Yeah, the overflow hidden is intentional because we want the image you're creating itself to be like totally self-contained. We don't want it to have overflow. It's going to have like a very specific dimensions. Your alien has a very specific dimension. Cool. The other interesting thing is now that we have this, we can actually do something like, okay, let's say you want this welder mask or whatever it is. Now, if we just increase the height, it's like he's actually wearing a mask. Something like that. Same thing with like this. He could be wearing a little helmet. Cool. But no, I want a chef hat. Chef hat. The sixth hat from the end makes the alien look like Walter White. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, this one. Yeah, look at him. That's a cool alien. We could also make him a gray. Wait, do these not work anymore? Did we break this? Well. Oh yeah, totally. We have to hook this back up. Cause now that we're oh boy, now that we're in SVG, these things don't work anymore. Because if you remember earlier, these were specifically setting CSS filters. Yeah, now we need to hook those up to the SVG. So, yeah. Say my name. Welp. No, it's fine. Let me. Honestly, I'll hook that up. I'll deploy this, and then we'll put this in the category of things that I will work on every now and then. Because we've got big plans, right? Like, eventually, we want you to be able to have a unique URL. Like, you can go to this site, create your alien, then you get a unique URL that very uniquely matches to your alien. You could share that with anybody. Eventually, we could have export to image, stuff like that. Yeah. Should you be able to open any file on your PC changing the directory of a hat? Isn't that a super security breach? So that gets into the actual like hosting of the website. Right now, this is all just running locally, but right now, this website has a static folder here called public. Inside of assets, there is a folder called hats, and that has all of the hats inside of it. So that's fine. Really, anything inside of this public folder, yes, if I put this on a website, it's completely and totally accessible. But if I try to go up, like if I tried to say like .. and then like my password file or something like that. This won't work, but that won't work because that is a well, actually, it's a security. It would be a security feature of the whatever web server you're using to serve up your files. Because when somebody makes a request here, you're basically going to like ignore this or give them a 401 unauthorized that they can't access that file. But for now, the local web dev server that I'm using won't let you go outside of this public folder. Yeah, somebody mentioned that earlier too, Dropmania. So if eventually you can create these, then you can choose the alien to display in my overlay here. No, I didn't get the guitar part yet, Acid Spark. I think this is probably a failed coding improv, if we could call it that. Like, we still had fun and we still built a thing, but we spent a lot of time on the wrong things, and we didn't get all of the suggestions in. But because I'm calling it a failed coding improv, that means that I actually will work on this again at some other time. And I'm really keen on the idea of aliens as a service, as like its own NFT collection. Did we code? Did we improv? And yeah, exactly, really. Oh, that's unfortunate to hear, Acid Spark. Yeah. Oh, you're right, Doc. Well, actually, I want to do this. I want to hook up the colors here, but actually, the cool thing is it's no longer going to be. I guess we could technically do hue, saturation, and light, but then those could just be three values. Yeah, Opti, do you watch BeginBot, Opti? I feel like maybe I saw you in his channel. But I was watching BeginBot, and he was talking about NFTs, and that's when honestly, that was like the first time NFTs actually clicked for me, because he has a bunch of them in his collection, but specifically like the Board Mutant Yacht Club is an NFT collection where sure you're like owning a digital asset, but also like owning the digital asset is like your entry key into like an exclusive club. But I don't know. NFTs seem a bit cooler to me than they did before I watched him stream. Should I bring in a color picker library? What do you all think? Because right now, yes. Right now, this value is used everywhere, right? This is that green color. So we do something like body color, like this. Now we can have a variable called body color and set that equal to this. So by default, we get that just fine. Just the same, I could change this literally to like, can you do color names like that in SVG? Yeah. Look. Oh, so this is not the body color. This is the shade color. Let's call this body accent color. Can I not do a rename in here? Cool. That's the body accent color. And then these other, where's the other ones? Is it just this one? Oh, that's one piece. There they are. This is the body color. I think if I set this one to red, yeah. Look, he turns red. But what we can do is we can have we can add a color picker library where you can just pick the color to use for the body color and then the accent color as well. Yeah. I should check if input type equals color is usable these days. Let's do it. Yeah, at this point we can get rid of a lot of variables though. We don't need the hue, brightness, or saturation. So that's fun. And then we can get rid of all of these. Let's just do input type equals color, and then we're going to bind the value to the body color. Oh no, hue value is not defined. We need to get rid of these, this one here. Cool. Pick a color. Haha, look at that. Look at that. So we can go with like a... Yeah. The only issue with this is it's very dependent on... this is very dependent on the operating system. So because I'm on a Mac, I get a color picker like this. But if you're on a Windows machine, you'll get a totally different color picker. What do I want? I want a pink alien. Yeah, like that. Okay, so we have that. We also need another selector for the accent color. Like this. And this will be body accent color, like that. Cool. So now we can change what his right side is. So we can do like that, and then well, no, I want like a darkish pink, like that, and then the body color will be like pink, like that. Look at that. Look at that. All right, and we can choose our hat. I'm gonna go with the Walter White hat. Beautiful. And then the last piece is to save this as an image. Wait. Is that built in? Canvas, draw image to data URL? Can I draw an SVG onto a canvas? Okay, here we go. I'm just gonna copy and paste the code from doc. But we can add a little button that's to download it, and then that will give us an actual PNG that we can reuse. And I'll at least push this to the web so you can start to design your little alien. Okay. Let's see what we got. So we want a function save as PNG, and it's going to do all of this. So we create a canvas element. We set the width and height to be 100. We get the context. And then we clear a rectangle. We draw the SVG image element onto it. And then we try to download the image. Cool. But the SVG image element, we actually need this element here. So I'll just give it an ID. Like that. And what's cool is in Svelte, there is no virtual DOM, so I don't have to worry about doing something like document.querySelector. I can literally do this, and it's an okay thing to do. So I can just grab that element, put it in. So I think I want the width and the height to be the same as the canvas. Yeah, I could do like a binding. I'm just gonna see if this works. If this works, after that we'll change it. Even if it doesn't work, we'll definitely change it. But let's just see if this works. Yeah. Grab the element, draw it to the canvas, save it to an image. Here we go. We're gonna try our best. Now we'll just have a button that runs this function when you click on it. So we'll do that below everything else. We'll have a div. Actually, we should put that right below, or right above the tabs. So we'll have a div. I'm going to use some bootstrap classes like margin top 4, so it'll be pushed down a little bit from the image. We'll have a button with a class of btn. Button success. That'll give us like a greenish button. And then whenever we click this button, we want to save as PNG. I guess technically I can just do this. So when you click it, Save as PNG. All right, Doc is saying, if this doesn't work, it might require putting the SVG as the source of an image element. All right, we'll try our best. Let's see, so download. Argument 1 could not be converted to an HTML image element, SVG image element. Oh, this piece might not have worked. Let's do what Citrix is saying. So I should do bind this SVG element. So I could do something like let SVG element, and then on the SVG element itself, instead of an ID, we'll do bind this SVG element. I'm also just going to log it to the console to make sure that we actually do have it. Cool. Okay, so we have the SVG element. But it couldn't be converted to an SVG image element. All right. How do I turn this SVG into like a data URL? SVG data URI? Can I like base64 encode it? Yeah, like this. Cool. Here we go though. So what I need to do is I need to create an image. So I'll say like image is document.create element image. And then the image source is going to be something like this. So data image SVG XML, and then I want the SVG element outer HTML, because that'll get the full HTML of the SVG element itself. Maybe that'll work. Let's see, and then we'll pass that in here. If it breaks, then it needs escaping. Well, let's see what happens. All right, hard refresh, no compile errors, download. Oh, sure thing. Let's save it. My alien. What did it just do? Yeah, I don't know what it just did. Okay. Is it a PNG? No, that didn't work. What I'm curious about though is can we actually display that on the page? This is not base64. No, this is the actual like HTML. Oh, is the file base64 text? That's possible. Let me do this really quick. If we just put this image onto the page, does it technically work? No, it doesn't. Yeah, so we need this to work before we can actually convert it. Which means we possibly need to like escape this SVG code. Yeah. Beyond that, you can convert SVG into base64 encoding, and that works as the data URI as well. Let's do that, because then we don't have to like worry about escaping stuff. So if I do this, and then I do A to B, that should base64 encode the SVG. Let's see. String contains an invalid character. Wait, do I want B to A? I want B to A. Yeah, you're. Thank you. the other way. Is Atom good for HTML? Yeah. Any text editor is good. Look at that! It worked. Only thing is, it doesn't include the hat for some reason, so that's unfortunate. I mean, yeah, no hat. The whole reason we did all of this is so that we could get the hat. So let's see what we get though. Oh, you need to inline the hat as base 64. Oh, you're not wrong. Can the bundler do data URIs? I would have to set that up. It's a very simple setup right now. It's just roll up. It doesn't have like any sort of special image loader, but that's a to-do for the future. We basically need to import all of these PNGs, convert them to base 64, and then the base 64 is what we actually use in the image itself. Though, we should at least get this the right color, right? So if I change this to be like a pink alien, the generated image should be pink. That's not happening. Yeah, this is a JavaScript in Svelte. Svelte is a front-end framework, but most of the code is JavaScript-esque. JavaScript prompt user to download. Actually, no, we just want some like canvas. No, JavaScript download canvas as PNG. There's like this location href. Yeah, this is what we want. So do all the stuff that we're doing. This calls, oh, they're using file saver. We don't want that. There's a way to do it pretty easily. This is what we want. Okay. We'll do that next time, Doc. I've been live for way too long with way too little progress. I gotta go. Draw the canvas. We'll turn the canvas into base 64. Create an anchor tag. Specify the URL of that anchor tag to be the actual base 64 string, and then programmatically click it, which in turn will prompt me to download a file called myalien.png. Here we go. Moment of truth. So set the body color to be like this cool pink color. Like that. Download myalien.png. All right. Put it in there. And it doesn't work. Why not? It's 171 bytes. Is it this piece right here? try Chrome. I mean, I would be really mad if this worked in Chrome and not Firefox. This has to work, right? Let's see what we get in this base64 image. I mean, it's not much. It's barely anything. First try, test fail. All right, I'm gonna try Chrome. Sorry, I keep doing that. What I use for doing, well, what's up, Ilbalu? So I'm using an editor called VS Code. I'm using a library called Svelt. And that's about it. We're working a lot with SVGs, which is a type of image. Here's the thing. This is running on port 5000, but I already have something listening on port 5000. I actually need this to listen on a different port. And that has to do with my rollup config. Here, I'll show you. This. So this has the serve command. The port number doesn't matter, but I need to figure out how do I specify the port number. What is? Let me see what it's using for the port. Rollup-C-W. Can I specify the port here? Rollup plugin dev. Is this one? I don't even know if that's the one that I'm using. Here we go. Nice. Thanks, Doc. Okay. Download my alien.png. We'll put this over here. Also nothing. Why is that? What's happening here? Oh. Or no, we're specifying the width and the height. We're drawing the image. We're converting it to base 64. I don't know. I'm really tired though. I've been live for 5 hours. That's ridiculous. I appreciate all of you for sticking around for so long. Yeah. It might be easier just to redraw the images on the canvas instead of trying to make the SVG work. Yeah. I mean, that changes everything. But yeah, ultimately we would have like a canvas here. We would we need to image tag on. You're right. Okay. Something like on load or just loaded. But if we were using a canvas, this code would be very different. Just because we're drawing images and changing their location and stuff on the canvas. What's the event? Anybody know? We haven't been this stuck since the green hat resizing. That hat resizing was a real doozy. Load. Thank you, Alka. Cool. Do I need to wait for anything after drawing the image, or will that just be done immediately? Let's see. Cool. Yeah, there we go. There we go. All right, so this should also work in Firefox. This wasn't a it wasn't a Firefox issue. Okay, so if I change the body color to like pink, yeah, blamed it on Firefox. And then when we download, this should give us, it'll give us a pink alien, but the alien's not gonna have a hat. But we should have ourselves a little pink alien. There he is. And thank you, Swanky Day. Actually, there's probably been some supports that I missed. Let me mention them. Yeah, Anonymous, thank you for the 11 bits. I think I missed that earlier, but much appreciated. There's no hat, and there's no hat because right now we need those images need to be base 64 for them to show up in the result. So, just real quick, let's do this. Anyone know the quickest way to get the base 64 for a given PNG? So we can do the bowler hat here. Inspect. Well, I don't want to import SVG. I want to import a PNG as base 64. A function for Canvas to convert it? I guess that could work. So when you click it, put it on a canvas, get back the base 64, and then use the base 64 there. Will the canvas keep the transparency? And also, how do I do a base 64 image in SVG? SVG base 64 image. Okay. If that's the case, well, we could probably get this working. When and how to inline images using base 64. SVG. How to center div. That article was really bad. This is wrong too. Like they're using IMG here. We need an actual image tag, right? You can't use IMG in an SVG, can you? SVG embed base 64 image. That's what I want. The Java PDF blog. That's not what Oh, easy. Yeah. It's just the href. Easy. So here we go. When you click an image, we will have a function called get base 64 URL with the image name. We'll call it, for now we'll do get base 64 hat. You pass in the hat name. We're going to do something very similar to this. So create an image. Set the source equal to the location. So assets, hats, and then the hat name. Great. And then when it's done loading, we're going to put it on a canvas. Do I need to set the width and height? Probably, right? I guess that's where stuff gets tricky. I mean, can I just specify a canvas and then just draw the image onto the canvas? And then we have something like selected hat equals that. It'll be some random default width, height, and width. Well, that's where things break down then, because I don't know the width and the height of all of these images. Thank you, Alka. That should be good. Image dot natural width. Image dot natural height. Great. That's the winner. Let's just log this out. But also we can say selected hat equals that base 64 image, which also should work. And by setting the selected hat, we actually just want to put this here, like that. All right, moment of truth. It broke. /24.png not found. Oh, well, that makes sense. Now I have to actually choose a hat. So if I choose a hat, oh, I have to call this function. So whenever you do that, we actually don't want to do this. We want to call the function. This on click here. So instead of saying selected hat equals name, we need to say something like, what do we call our function? Get base 64 hat with the hat name. We'll get there. We'll get there. All right. Bowler hat. Hat is not defined. Name. All right. Bowler hat. Yes. Yes. Now, maybe you don't understand what just happened there, but look at this. That is base 64. Okay, and now watch this. Whenever we download it, we're gonna have that. I guarantee we're gonna have an alien with a hat on it as a PNG. We did it. We did it. Cool. Yeah. The code got pretty messy towards the end here, and there's a ton of work we need to do, but it's fine. Yeah, this is great. This is great. Okay, so yeah, so now I'm gonna make my ideal alien. All right, so I prefer like a lime green alien, like really green. Yeah, like that. And then the accent darker. Yeah, perfect. I want this hat because it's like the Pokemon hat. Let's just adjust it a little bit. We'll go like that. Make it a little less wide. Perfect. Make it a little wider. A little taller. Perfect. Got to catch them all. Download. This is CJ as an alien. And now that I've downloaded it, there it is, my own little PNG file. Looks pretty good. Okay, yeah, let me just deploy this really quick. And then you can all make your own. But there's a lot more work to do. I think it worked with warnings. Let's see. Should be fine. Somebody already took that Surge domain. Aliens as a service. Great. What's up, SFox? Is macOS the best for this? I'm just laughing because I don't know how to talk. I've been live for way too long. It's totally subjective. I really like Mac, and so I write code on it. You can do this exact same thing on a Windows computer. You can do this exact same thing on a Linux computer. There's nothing special about my Mac. All right, we've done it. Go here, make your alien. Right now, the aliens are pretty simple. You can just customize the body color and the hat. And right now, you only have a few choices of hat. But eventually, you're going to have all kinds of... look at that. This sombrero looks really good on him. Like that. Yeah. So that's what we've built. Aliens as a service. We host your aliens, so you don't have to. Yeah, I'm gonna push this up to GitHub. I'm actually going to pull it out of the coding improv repo. It's gonna be its own separate repo, and and then we'll work on it some more later. I guess it's been a while since we had like a really rough stream, and that's okay because they happen every now and then, and that's fine. Cool. How tricky would it be to name your alien file? Not too tricky. I mean, we would have to give them an input box where they can specify the name. But if we did that, then we could just substitute the name here. Yeah, I'm glad you had fun, ZZ. All right, we're gonna raid. Yeah, the SVG we should have done SVG from the beginning. Oh yeah, you're right. Well, like I said, this is no longer a coding improv, so most of the suggestions got thrown out the window, but eventually you will be able to put a bikini on your alien if you really want to. Okay. Let's everyone get ready to raid. Yeah, well, whenever we switched over to SVG, we lost the rotation of the hat. I don't think that works, right? Yeah, we got rid of that value. We'll add it back eventually. LA. You can view the site here for now. Eventually, like the idea that I have in my mind is we will have an actual database of attributes. So whenever you save your alien, that's actually going to save some attributes to a database, assign a unique ID to that set of attributes, and then that unique ID could be used by anyone to retrieve your alien. That's the plan, anyways. All right, but yeah, let's get ready to raid. If you're a sub, click this raid message. If you're not a sub, you can use this raid message. You also can just come up with your own raid message. Be creative. Yeah. I'm exhausted. I need to go. Stay awesome, everyone. I appreciate you. Thanks for all the help and stuff like that. What do raid messages do? It's really just typically whenever a channel raids another channel, most people will use the same message, just to let everybody know where you came from. But feel free to send whatever message you want wherever we go. Like I said, I don't know where we're gonna go, but wherever we go, show them lots of love. Drop a follow if you like what they're doing. Next stream's planned for Friday. I don't know what I'm going to be doing. It hopefully will be more organized and less. It won't last 5 hours like this did. Okay, wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.